and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
You are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Bearman and the fire unim say when you're HIV.
He's too emotional.
Oh.
Until some
What do you need?
Me who send you make a train. And see me finding ways for Miss Beer.
Na my mimi say or yere bi
anase. Oh yere. Sisi ano me fear ne say. What is on also ko check it. Na negative. Me ne akola ne. Question be buza ze nya awe he.
Ahwefo se opese uhu Crime Check Foundation ye njumedi a ye di abre ne abre nyina. Koyen YouTube channel Crime Check TV GH. Subscribe mame.
Se wo subscribe via mi adoma ne so. Se na video bi a de betu obi a obehu. Medamase.
Menuanum, Matiasem Day, and ne se ope asase ana edan ato a mansum biara enihwa, and one ejare real estate. Na sa ejare real estate, one wa kaswa ofanko, baby a aban akosi senior high school ni high court fefefe no. Wofiri ho pe na ura ejare real estate. Asa eti ani jesemiye. Anwia ene ebo a wode besi dan no. Ebi wo ejare real estate fo na de saima eye ahomeka ene se wo twa asase na ejare real estate wo betwa so fe edi amaw edi odin aye pillars edi esi ho land guard asemo de eno de emamu kura na site ani jesema san wo ho bi me ensu a wode besi wo dan no eye free na document asemo de eye tatahwe wo to wasase anase wo dan a na ye de ahye wonsa eti kan ho na frɛ ejare real estate na ansa anyawo. You are chief of Cyber Munchin Crime Check Foundation na beye nansan mu ho na ye de sister Joyce Jodomensa assemble to bia fa the HIV status ye nyina nim se ye nua bai onya HIV amiate asese ache ye 2007 na kane no obinya HIV a yenim se ade eba wadwema ye enkrampan nche se wo ko wa mena no a benso ye sister ye ame hu se enye sa enete yenko ye chi kakra na yentie nsem no bi o ka kire na ifiri ho ba ya beto ayasem so
my first stage now you're infecting microphone no me ni be my that is here na sabi me isu condom kra onya
e dey pa na e ma odre ho hweme na ka kire
stigma rejection say obi be be me ade be chi no on ba bi it's a nice relationship
yo sika yo famu atiasifo audiani mwe ya wati
Hi, my name is Roslyn Ngisa. I'm an actress. If you want to study anything about film, camera, let's come to Black Lens. It's one of the best schools you can ever have.
My name is Roger Quarter. I'm a film producer and a director. Black Lens Media is the best.
Well, my name is Jonathan Ezenwadinobi. Black Lens, the deal on cameras and editing. My guy, don't make that mistake. Oh, now for Black Lens.
Black Lens.
Black Lens Ventures, they are the best.
It's here for Young Crime Check Foundation. Yeah, just Black Lens today. Black Lens man to here camera handling any video editing. And next as a proof for you be a Juma Emma Crime Check Foundation. Any baby. Now who says the almost handle camera. Now we video editing now who say Black Lens Media or much rare at the year. Ain't count way now also call Black Lens for office. Now cover form now also cover surname the
I had a vision to be a musician one day. But now editing na I want to move park assessing there. They will be 1 year question. I mean this is
I graduated from Takrade College for about 10 years now, but me need money. Maybe I will be qua or crack me. Say we may qua my fee mammy. We did say entity yes I can. And your friend will be Baba Cram. Say you see a qua. You have to see a back crank or four. No so no say
Black Lens entity a papa fee.
Black Lens Ventures, they are the best.
Na yede ye sister yi asem ebetu dwa no ama edipa pi na won friend Crime Check Foundation nipa pi a omo ye positive won de omo status esie because of stigmatization na we say Joyce kasa ye ne kasa ye ama enipa pi omo teten enipa pi a omo fa ne sa de ato ani enne omo fra Crime Check Foundation omo kan won asem na de nti omo ntimi nkasa ne sey nyina nim sesa yare we wonya bi na ko ka che obi poso wanya bia na ode wonam sewo asif say wo de ho bone de but we tend to forget say enye through sexual intercourse nko ampo na sa yare yinya nti emprepi no se de nyina ye nim no okopɛ ho asem declare status ene na asem kese na aba na won a won afre Crime Check no omo doso ye pa ene yenye ewra fefe ba ko bi ono no ame ati ase ese otie ye sister Joyce no o se debi onfa ne hawo enhye ne ho na ochina nko e de no atofom kra na ono ano waje atum se owobi ama ne ba oko 1 year akwada fefefefe no ono nso mpo ewobi na yebeda Joyce ase se ono ye kasae esenye ono a nke nipa pia won suro stigma nke ne won enfren ye sister ye friend Ella ye be kono ho na ye no atwetwe nkomo kakra minu aba netisen
pacho nyame ado
mama e de ne ma wa kokoduro no ema o kasae esenye Joyce interview me nyesho sanka wo be friend aka bi research
David and check crime the ma follow me for some time I am share interviews na ena yare we no untumi nka nche busuemi
ntun kan kire obi ya
David obi eni
enu ntina atifo ye cover na nimo no Joyce de oyi no ho si ho as an ambassador so be kasa magana yenu abai on kan kire obi ya me pe na wa frame me abom ya mane esese ye protecting for now ebi adaachi bi ono aka se meyi manimu a eno de na ye yi na nim enu ntina ya cover na nimo no Ella edenti na won kan kire obi ya
say the way I ran it obi wo honom na ohu se wanya bia I say obenwa onu so benya bi aha
yo yan koye chi na yen hwe ne nhya ase no e ban se na hu se oye positive
menye no menya is it 6 months me check it was negative until me call me 9 months no mu no and na me check it doctor was like it's positive. Are you aware of your status? No, see, David. You want na check it first one. Na negative. So how come? Ti manje anto. Enti osan mami ye text back 3 times. If me say no, I do we de minya awahi.
Kai omoka uka so ye test 3 times. Ani na ye
positive. HIV type 1.
Na den na e ko trim. Me na mano preme. Ebi say what test first we negative.
Enti me friend ni sofru ka chane say na esi.
Wow.
Enti me ni osofo bible so wo issue kakra. So I thought say ebia eye no nti go mate say HIV it me the ma spiritual.
E me nyini de.
Aha. Enti me hu say no, this is a spiritual thing. Ti sofo ne mompai. Ti eye ho akwankyere bompai. Ena enti doctor ne say obey me operation. Say David.
Time I want you.
Aye, me achem. Ti me free sa clinic ho. E call different hospital.
To bo yem fancy a free sa clinic call different hospital. Yenim say onyem. And I say with status eventually. You were drew a friend in the therapy. Say metia mo amoye nurse ni doctor for mo correct me. But you were drew bi sa. Yeah the mother na it prevents mother to child transmission of the virus. Time our doctors know who say we are positive no. This one me atia say so ban say positive.
Yes.
I don't know mama was said really.
Wa mama because I say me kwa check him. Kwa check him by that second test no my far results na kwa check doctor. Or me catch and say me the ban me refi.
I didn't tell cancer.
Because I'm in gentle.
Now in gentle.
Me gentle mo say me nya ya re ni bi. Aha. It's the third one or catch me say no. Say I share and say ade we nkwan ya. And no say trust say me nko reference lab. Oh kolebu e hodi e final. Aha. And I'm see you. Until me call ye no and I me ye me try 3 hours no 50 cedis there. Eji. Na me be so. It was positive.
Time I would won say ko tia no. Now say popo.
No. Me say no. All right, can share. First test me kwa private hospital bi okulebu. No match non-reactive, active. Ti na me nti ase so I took my phone na me google ye. Ti me so oh okay. That me say me nya.
Just say non-reactive, active.
Active. Ti I know them the kwa doctor no. Na so doctor check me no say non-reactive no chere say wunyai. But active no just say wenya. But I showed two.
Any active.
It means sankoye another one ewo referral lab. The hodi e try me type 1. I'm so okay. I do ready. Ninjinto.
Just say actual type 1 okra account.
Yes. Ninjinto. To me dey me forget it. To one hospital will be. Na me call with different hospital.
That's our time so no uji to mu a anko mama we draw anka ebe prevent akwala from.
Let me show operation almost on bayem. Let me show. Enti me call wo ye me call no doctor na o share mo private on me call to no wo labor room ho no. To the nsa bom na me hwe. Enti ade me to structure ne so na one doctor be busam say minim doctor sumesi na am say ai. No say then no catch on am so wan catch an kyerem. E wa na offer adam nurses ni gina baby na me push ye na me ba ne beto. To be check here na proving negative. Now I'm say yes. I believe in prayers.
Debbie, asema okay there. Omo after
my way
positive.
Yes. One way negative.
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 Eba na say.
Minim. Enti we are 6 weeks. Ubeko hospital. I check it. The nurse ne check it no say, "Madam, are you aware of your status?" Now I'm say Debbie or there na aba. I say we HIV positive.
Okay, nini pa ho.
Debbie, me ne pe na na show.
No wa to no bo kakra ndo
Nti okay na me say sa. Nti ma me there na de sa de ne ba. Because me ne be ma ba akopɛ enetna.
Ye be ba be ma na ho.
Nti e ba ne sen. Ana si o ebetimi enyane ma cheche no ma be so mo bubu more ne na mikro betimi de bia ma ne ade no ekwa me that type of me call saloon ko twitwa more ne ade no e jai de that
so okay last year ya
yes last year ya me nyim ye ya enti oka ye no se me nko check akwala no na am si jo mate no be say me breastfeed na am say me breastfeed no se me nko check and on my lab need number to me fair lab technician and also member. So I went there and I see okay. I'm saying they checking me about status. But me there I know my status. No see okay. Until next no. Oh kolebu no. O mama saminko pharmacy on kwaji. Me kwa na almost your counseling. I'm saying, madam, I know my status.
Wow.
Inti there's no need so be cancel. Mo dia mama drone send ya me fan.
Mama ko drone.
Inti no say meti he. Na me chan baby ameti.
Okay.
In call hospital ya e ben me. Na am see you. So I went there. Ti me kwa ya na me de letter ne ma won. Ti me kwa na obi ahwe me ni no am say me hwehwa na am so letter we am de say me fa me hu asomesi. Na am say then am say me HIV positive.
Okay, nini.
Ai, and am say ne bra.
Nini pa.
The one that's the kind of Abraham. I was like, you see?
Next na kind of say.
Me say, madam, yes, member unity way. Nti e wo he. And I say me be ye den. Na am say me HIV positive.
So, me HIV positive. Data me be some questions no. Because of stigma.
Yes.
Asema ye can say ye mboso. Obi beka say taboo. It's about say na wotin mo ka so ye HIV.
Me kai.
No.
So me my imagine say we me can na ni uju me wo pa. Oh yes. Now you be twetwon wa me wo pa. No, because enye ade ye so bi mu awanya.
Na unya say education say unya you know so bi amu
school ya school na ye kire. Ye kire. So what is I any bad and no so we nya bia na busu for kran kone ho na or the adwendwen na wewu.
So now you're ready.
Debbie.
Okay, said by your interview in your tinte very interesting some I will can be near say what two when see was say after all sans my kika and now say I railway the death sentence. Me no tell mami so. E bi kra say and unya and say so ben obi.
Sir.
Manager is good dear mo.
I saw it.
Ya fa trempo. Ya de yensa. E den na emma amount sa energy no.
Wo me akasa me wa kokudro deda.
Me hwa metimi.
Ai. Me wa kokudro deda. Enti no. Me bisa nurse nsa so ne bra. No kire me ho. Na me bo mu na me rem.
Na ye hwo.
Ni ye hwe me. Na me rem e na madam say pacho bed na am so me de letter ifi kolebu na eba. No be we o see o. Ene yetna ha o ye first newcomer de o hia counseling pa. So woman need delay me. Ma twa ye obi aba no ahwe no wura no. Nti omo mbrombo say ah.
Omo mu wura mi na no me
HIV. Omo nyina ye bio ai. Ah.
Say na no mo tie.
They were okay. Ebi mu ye fresh. Some lady be oba is one nice lady. Me say ah. Me am kodu fufuo.
And I'll put it down.
Ah! E wan am se me wura answer madam. Hwe me na me nko. O se dey bi me se me cancel. Ma cancel me ho deda.
You are here for my counsel me ho deda. We na Joyce Chidomensa or Kachere. Or say yare. It has a psychological effect. Se udwin se unya ene wada ne nkrampan de eno ene bekum. Or my example be of my cameraman. Yonko ti de okan.
A psychological issue. Number one, I'll just talk about one aspect.
Okay.
HIV is a psychological illness. Apart from the virus, you know. Mr. Ibrahim, sir, what said they'll come in our body? I don't know his HIV status.
Memana contest Monday.
But some man ko test you see and say need the result in number 2 weeks.
Okay.
2 weeks be do no be say. Me be our ceiling we.
Okay.
Obe ni subati.
Okay.
Now so we are the results na negative.
Yeah.
Within 2 weeks no be na running stomach.
Okay.
Within 2 weeks no be me a headache. Within obe fata bowa. All the symptoms of HIV will be now as far as 2 weeks now. Because I didn't hear. I dream. It is a the healing begins with the mind.
Okay.
If you know what dreaming we are, then you deal with the body.
Ko kelebo amekwaje drama me bayi. Nkwale egu ho.
Ah, mo nyina ye.
Na ye HIV positive. Nti ebisa mo say Kolego come. Mami ba hoda ne ba tobrom. Nti on am say na yeah way say wo det na hia wo bewu. Wo do hospital ana bo say enya wo nko. Yes, nti mi ko hu doctor wi me kwaje adrum. Nurse ne bisa mami ba ko say ne ba na nyi ati sa kwa no be 10 to 12 years. Wa catch ne draw offer, the nti offer say adrum na mami ne si baby. Na nurse ne catch ne say on kan cha akran. Obisa am say obey there na wa catch akran. And am nurse ne bisa say na what if akran ne dash that pronounce your man e draw we min num bie mu a eno so e. Nti mami na ye din e fe obo na nya ne nisu na me catch mami ne say catch ne de nti o fedro.
Yo, I tell for where the me jidi say wa wutie se bia we expert in your friend is we health expert. Una me ama afutu osasemi because in kwala so at a certain age you know we catch them psychologically it means why because of perception be a woman about HIV and AIDS and be a okoka ne school kran so na ye bibia e wo ho into your health expert bi na wa adwen bi e wo sasemi ho a catch them. It's a Crime Check Foundation your new program ya to din say CCF HIV and AIDS education. Inti ena ye den.
Inti obisa me sana no si okay. Inti me kwatom ladies bear for bi wo edan ni mu. Inti eno maame ba ko say sister me ja me obi o. Me omu wo ba ko no so no so obi. Lady ba ko so no so obi. Na omu ka kire me say omu wa meje diana. No say baby. No say I.
It's omu kra na cancer, right?
Inti no the here ne say obefa wedru. Obefa bibi dru. Onu monsa. Apart from that, you choose utumi di bibia ope. I'm say and then for bressa. Unya diabetes ye chew niema bebre.
COVID and
unya stroke ye chew niema be. I mean me chishe. Say baby. So you live a normal life.
Okay. You live a normal life. And who the role na yeah, but we are not trying to promote promiscuity. As a unya yare na enyo hwe nti won so iye basabasa if say enyo bia no wa kokuduro a obetime gina yare no enim e sign say yare ne sha ase no ye tu no edin a ehu saa time no ko free Cote d'Ivoire eba na duro ni ho gidi say saa time na ho na yare na sorry pa nti no bon say pictures are hu aye enkrampan pictures nko a but eney no asesa tese wenya bi na wotifie na wo se untimi unko hospital mpo nkoje aduro na obi ehu a enye dura ekum de raye bon asie no be ma on ne fa afuru o wense o hefa
o da akra heya
na onim se wa yokunu ana se onene ne fa ewo ye
ne wo ye ba onye mi kunu
onye wokunu na mami mi say o yere bi ana say
o yere
okay o yere na e ba ne sa no wa bona mani
en kan chere
ana kan chere no
mi hu sa ya me ka chere mi hu kwan ya me fa so kan chere because onye be ma o ye basa na he's too emotional.
Oh.
On to say me.
What do you need to?
Me who say I make a train. And me find ways and means beer. Me the be catching.
Ways and means be na obefa so akachire be me o yere say akwasi ana ai kojo wo HIV. Ma co test me so mo HIV. E that say na be catchire no.
And it in bed.
But say one country no so wa ha no so o ka say dey say wo for adre. Ka won so no matter how difficult it is. What make catchire no. Na nka wa sha ase e for adro. Ono so wetima tnase ache. Ono so for nyansa kwan bi so abone yira ma na sisi no yentimi hu se wo na de sane no so ono na de sane se na yire na de sane no
sisi ano me fear ne se what is ono so ko check na ye negative me ne akola ne question be bizanze enya awe he
sended ensese o man house sebe se wo na wo de sane no a na wo ye negative a wo de waka onyankopon mu no kre efri say no de e ha adwene say you are thinking of stigma but no shouldn't be a problem say or no ye negative and nature say oh man obi maybe obi man so waja obi yire and na utare ho kakra so ho ana ne jai
me ne jai
ntu ne e didn't ne jai
oh any
a long story
yes
and e mfa no ntonche but the me can say ka wutime bona mane ya wa save no say wa mona mane ya onkwa na ho be ye den ho be ye fe na be man so me sure so ne jai kra also a nice person won't me interest yare ni nko nti ella en wa dwen ho
okay I am faso me catch
enye so be hwe kwan mbomodin na kachire ni say abrante di abani o dwen say ebi ano e negative ebi kra say ni say ebi kra ono so na de sana ewu o pa so ati ase nti udo no kachire no Ministerial. Dabe na be catch.
Me trofia me friend.
Chairman sir. Bo modern. Na ensese ye telephone so.
Okay.
Mestre say be friend.
Okay.
Na obe fi.
Okay.
No aka no kre no ayede actually na say. Soon dey obesu. Then so wa na obetima chechire ne re. Oba the kind bo me Joyce interview.
Okay.
So one no onkom opese wo interview.
Okay.
O Syria. Obi bisa sa na den na we bet fanyansa kwan bi so.
Okay.
Na onhwe o hwe a ka kire no me gidi se no ebeboa ama o how o hutan because there one day we be ho na one kan kire na so owu a ebe how until for the rest of your life so na me ya adwen sa say no say the akoba yi no me na ya cover wanim o dwen ho say bi adachi bi ubeyi wanim no wabɔ ho dero say the way confidence after all yare no enkum.
Yes, because obi on ma oni one check here you didn't know.
Sure.
And then before I think say sometimes no be me call hospital no ma me who say before do call woman na did do much.
Okay.
Na did do much and then I no musuo kwa na wora.
Enu na me say bo be ma na mane. E ma ni nidi.
Okay.
Enche. Ma me say asem bi. Wo mfie say
34.
Just all young. Say o kita kwada. O honso of fe. O yoba o atinka. Ebi me sure so na me nkrofo pelpa.
Yeah.
Ntu betina ho saa so say when ya HIV nti no. Onfa be ma bi abiem ana se be ma bi ba. Obe bold no aka kire. Ebe dey nti ni.
Enya dey. Ebi kwa no no mpo ni status. Nti oba
ever since ye bema bi asope
David
bema bi asope inse se bema obeba no umfa ya obi na onene na
no
obetima kan crash
yes
which it
they are making so ko checking the HIV status
obeka che
so ko check we na negative no maka say abrante me ya positive yes inse se won to me ene ho na e ka bi amem obi antu ahwe yes
Afutu ben na wo de be magana for mo hwe ya cover wani mu de na enso e wano asem na wo mutie
Ka she Ghana for this say o ko check o status na wo say o ye positive enko and you live a normal life say edro no ye de o ko hospital ya ma we do free o ko le ba na wo say ko for ya le go for ya hangi go for now they any meal for back every day once a day now offer and you is it any too stressful? Don't kill yourself because of say we HIV positive.
Yo.
Before we dry, you'll be fine. You will live a normal life.
Na duro na nkofo ka say yadru kakra kabi sanete
Shada anso sa.
Sa. Nti udidi wia.
Udidi enwumre na wafa. Na wakoda.
O sha say fa won ti pain bia wo ho ba bia. We are okay.
And before I be ma we be fedro no, we be check your kidney.
Okay.
Yeah. We be check hepatitis. So many texts yeah be run now.
Okay.
For said that chimbi anko how kidney.
Okay.
So if you are healthy, now will be you okay. No problem bia.
You wait for said ye nu aba ella e dia to edwa no. Who status on temwa. That is the best. Who status on temwa. Eno ne beboa. Na emu ma yare no didi wo na esewo. Na ye ma wadura. Eduro no menyi ni se betima ye adwuma a ebetimi amawo enya ahoden. Crime Check Foundation ye ne Joyce din komo ewie ne e adwen se HIV AIDS education ye fesi na so. Nansen infections no kwa na eko esoro. Kane na tan hu se education wo ho bebre be nansen ye time ti bibia. Ye besre aban. Ese animu ya onye bibi emfa ho ye de ye bebo ye de ya jesi ye na so se ye nua no mu enya bi no ye no mo be din kita ho so na ya bo dewuro de biara se de be ya won enya bi no won nya bi no won be hu de won be ye na won enya bi no o matimi atena se na omo a enjoy omo life na omo ebe free mu ana ye emra nyame de ma won na asonti na won free mu won a won nya bi nso no etimi aboa wo mo na won aye ahweyie anomo mo nuro na won nya hoden e de atena ewiase e beda mu nyina ase obiara a wanya yare ne bi na wopese ofre Crime Check Foundation frey ye no behwehwe nkomo obiara wati ye ne Ella interview yi nso no mi gidi se wasu bibi wo ma enku ho HIV enkum enkrampan mre no etwam wopaso ye enkrampan dia ene na wa na ope sesi ye kasa yi dia enkrampan mre no etwam e science ye pese protect ye nua by identity eninti ne ye use edin Ella no enye ne din ankasa ne Ella ebi ana da ache bi obeyi na enima bodawura na obebo ono ankasa din eda mu nyina ase da sene senyankopon ma hokwanya ebe san ba mo chimbi
ye osika ya mfamu ati asifo na obia ni mwawie ya wati saya wadaja ye nyama ati asifo na obia ni mdachi ase unipa wa wanti na chi asem diaka yoni ni nyami ntemu asem iti sawo buwe bia bwa mine wami wamra iti asem.
To keep your discipline throughout the game. Is this something that you were impressed, about?
Of course, that satisfies me. The way I want us to play, previously in our matches that we played, due to many factors, we were not able to, play as a team collectively. Like early on, work ethics, the understanding of rules that each and everyone has to play, and a few weeks, even though we didn't get a full house from the beginning, the few days we trained, I think it's been useful, and I think the future is hopeful.
When you compare this game to previous matches in the AFCON qualifiers and then the friendlies we played, will you say that the team is in good standing at the moment? And what do you also think about the progress you have made so far?
Well, I'm very happy. If you look at the understanding, the rules, and each and everyone has to play in the game, compare yesterday's game to our previous game, you wouldn't see that. And so I think speaking to the boys, telling them exactly what I want satisfies me, because they did show discipline. It made me believe that, of course, when I talk to them, they listen, and it's really, really good. What we need to do now is how we will attack, how we will create chances to score, and I think that will gradually come.
Previews as regards what he showed on the pitch. Personally, as the coach, what's your impression of Kudus?
Of course, he's a good player, fantastic. He can, at every given time, the moment of magic can always come from him. Our captain, the brother, and everybody. I think we've played with some team spirit, with understanding, and that excites me. I'm very happy about that. I'm not happy that we lost. And so we need to look forward how to improve within that area, and that is what I'm thinking is going now.
One of the experienced players in the team, Daniel Amati, made an appearance for the first time in over 2 years. How did his performance go for you?
Fantastic. I mean, he's a disciplined boy, very, very disciplined, and I have known him before, joining the Blasters or becoming the head coach of the Blasters. And when I went to Europe, where I was injured, I visited him, spoke to him, and waited for the moment. And you see, I think he's a very positive add-on to the team. Yes, he's been away for a long time, and the fact that he performed this way, you didn't see in a situation where, when you have been away for a long time, there must be some, and you didn't see that. And so you look at the players we have and those who were not here, the likes of Wakaso, Pate, and others. Should we get a full house and also abide by the same rules of the game and how we want to play, I think we will do well.
Obviously, your goalkeeper has come under attack for committing that blunder that resulted in the goal. When you were on the pitch, I'm sure a lot was running through your mind.
I mean, he's made a mistake. He knows himself, but we're not in a position to kill him. We need each and every one. And, should it be any important player, would we do anything? So, yes, we have to move on. We have to encourage him to be aware of the mistakes. Not just the national team, but in his in his club. There's been 1 or 2 occasions where he hasn't looked good, and it's about time he also, when we get to the national, to the international level, and he's an international man. He was once in Tanzania, Azam, and he's a good goalkeeper. I mean, no doubt about that. But we will not kill him. We will encourage him to.
Have you spoken to him?
Not now. I've spoken to a lot of them, but in his situation, I think I need to give him the space. I'll talk to him at the right time.
Okay, so next game is Ivory Coast. What happens between now and Saturday?
Well, tomorrow. No, today. Sorry. Today we'll talk. We'll have a meeting, discuss the match, what we did, what went right, what was wrong, and then we'll look forward to Ivory Coast, and we'll get into Ivory Coast. We have to do analysis, video analysis, and see how best we can play, and of course, outsmart them and win the match. We need to win, and that is what we're concerned about.
I am sure that the quality of Morocco brought the best out of your team. Obviously, you are going into a game against one of the best teams on the continent. Are you looking forward to another great performance?
Of course,
probably from
number one, we don't need to destroy what we've done. The discipline, work ethics, cohesion of the team spirit. I think we need to still and keep it going is important for us. This is a match to test ourselves, also to see the way forward at the coming opponents, how best we can do. And once we've done this in a very positive way, even though we lost, we need to take the positives and move on into the next match, which of course will also be difficult. The opponent is set.
Since His Excellency the President assigned me to represent him in Greater Accra region, after assuming office as a regional minister, I initiated the Let's Make Accra Work project to basically give impetus to the President's vision to make Accra the cleanest city and ensure that as leaders and citizens, we all play our roles to make that vision a reality. The objective of sanitation thrust of this project is to maintain a high level of cleanliness within the Greater Accra metropolitan area to prevent the outbreak of infectious diseases, protect public health, and the environment. The specific objectives are to promote clean and green environment within the Greater Accra region, enhance effective public cleansing and waste collection at markets, lorry parks, beaches, and green open spaces, promote effective public education and law enforcement on cleanliness. For the guaranteed success and sustainability of these projects, we are employing a collective approach by involving all stakeholders to achieve this vision. Hence, the tagline, I need you, you need me. You would agree with me that the government has made a lot of gains and successes in the area of sanitation, which has impacted on the health and general well-being of the populace. Notwithstanding, it is quite disheartening to see that these efforts to keep the city clean do not even yield much results because of unavailability of trucks and logistics. Therefore, the unveiling of these initial 100 trucks out of a 500 will serve as a great boost to our campaign and other similar initiatives across the country. Today's program confirms the need for government to continue to engage with the private sector to develop sustainable solutions to national problems. We will continue to partner Zoomlion to provide quality service to our communities, especially within the Greater Accra region. I must, however, quickly add that the citizenry must also play their roles and avoid littering and dumping of refuse indiscriminately. Mr. President, if you permit me, with the collaboration of the Regional Coordinating Council in the Greater Accra, very soon the assemblies will be supported and pass the bylaw which we'll call Operation Clean Your Frontage. Everybody will be responsible for their frontage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is important to note that all these initiatives and the logistical boosts will not yield the desired results if we do not put in extra efforts to change people's attitudes towards the environment. It is therefore important to engage in constant education, enforcement of our bylaws, and also having all hands on deck. And I must say, Accra indeed will work.
Today marks another important milestone in our efforts to address the vexed issue of waste management in Ghana in order to achieve the Clean Ghana agenda. I'm here with you today to unveil 101 waste management trucks and 25 disinfection trucks secured by Zoom Lion Ghana Limited, undoubtedly the biggest company in the waste management industry. These trucks are going to be used to cast waste from our business districts and communities to landfill sites and waste treatment facilities and help in the ongoing disinfection exercise of spaces and institutions that have been rolled out since the onset of COVID-19. It is a clear manifestation of the commitment of progressive elements in the private sector to work with government to deliver quality infrastructure, in this case, addressing the waste management situation in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, rapid population growth, with its consequent increase in human activities at the residential, commercial, and industrial levels, has meant that waste generation activities continue to be a challenge in the country.
What was your cup of tea?
Transportation is the lifeline of a lot of activities wherever you go in this world. And as of now, transport fares in the country have seen a 13% rise. The authority that increased the fare says this was done to reflect the increment in fuel prices as well. Today, GhanaWeb visits Kwame Nkrumah Circle here in Accra to interact with some passengers on how they are reacting to the new fares.
Fani dia masa ya hochiri yan fani ye too much se na ana station ya no so no omo de obi apɛ na oje minimu de aban de baaye aban ya ma TV so emeka nche se DBRT fo na nkasa company fo ni pese no omo ma TV so ana radio so metina ho se aha ko ha ayesin aha ko ha yesin we mu omo gu station omo na omo apprentice omo fe o ti asiye se ka 13% ya saying we know where saying and to omo mra TV so no omo meka nkyere yen se saying and I say yesin why ndi monko ka nkyere omo man
the meka say me de me ne hwe ka the meka say me de me da se nyankopon ma do me ba djuma menya djuma ya menya bi de tuam no refer ma kofi eno ko anam de nim me de ne bo ne de e de la me say no refer de e de la matum me de me say no refer de ko si na ya batum de no one point said man I'll buy an hour and never cost one more being able to return on Falcon. No fair, they could see here. I ain't enough Falcon. I could see you as well. There are not fair there. On Batum. On Monday, Edmison Conechi. Do you get that man bedding? Because I don't know one city. Don't come here and say one city. Yes, I'm to some family. But I couldn't him. Into no man, the other I couldn't never couldn't even dear. Now I never like to Moon. I'm never couldn't near to Moon. So couldn't even know. But then I make a one.
Actually, it's just really bad. Yesterday when I went to school, then I realized there was some increments in the glory fares. And I mean, you are constrained with the limited budget you have, and then they increase it. I mean, not for only me, but for others who are kind of not really that kind of wealthy, and they have just little amounts on themselves. And they realize that they have increased the amount to some huge something they can't even afford it. It's kind of affect them also very badly. Yeah, I think that's
it. Dance my number. But I mean, na person, na 260. But I say about 290. There's a 10 pesos. Now 360. And so maybe say you know them fancy should be 360 answer. And I'm a teen man buy. A one day a cost room. Then so if you say Yamin Kwani, Jimmy Santino, Miss Minias in the America. I say, and a son is a Miss Mitria. And to me by a son, Jimmy.
I have free on a 2 city, over 2 city, a family 30 pesos. You can't almost say you have to 2 petrol means yes with their fan normal. Since a band, they said that any man back off from now yet me active fairness for my say by and touch so upon so as I suit your lot of fame.
Oh, no, my lot of family there. So, I need to Ghana there. They are better to know me. You to know my mountain to make us own because so far as I they update na ma no dey obetua o ka so kokonto kwa sawara because ya tum ni atum me ana me dia me ba ya fe me kokolego no ana ya say betena atumota kemba seki anu hu se ya di bia ka ho nti wa me se di baka ho ya tum ni dey so tua you don't need to fight we ya den ya obetua because no so beto petrol what I say na problem no say ye teso a ya ye nteso na ka ho nti so far as I atum no dey no mama will be as soon to why and me who say problem be any.
It's a big challenge, seriously. Everybody is talking about it, you know. Myself, you know, if like you are using 20 cities in and out to your destination, right now you have to add more than half to it. So it's a challenge, but we'll go through it. It hasn't been so fair. Because from my place, like Pantan Village to Oyarefa, it's been 50 pesos in addition, which is not so fine. So to me, I wasn't expecting it this much. So it's a challenge.
And you say that to buy Yamu, Ninian, and Yamin say, yeah, the initial come from a day I bet you. Free a friend is saying taxi run a buy to see 2 cities 50 pesos now come 180 70 pesos by energy I bet you yes that's all abandon more non too and here obi one money 70 pesos not the pesos now yeah only need for no problem yes that's on baby be
Oh, that position is too bad because as I'm now, I'm sitting in Sawam. Before they are taking the transition 6 city. Now it's 7 city, 50 pesos. It's too bad. It's too bad because as now, whenever you come, it's so hard. People are here. We are not. There's no job at now. So before, if you even get even though we buy like 5 city. What do you call it? 50 Ghana. You take transaction in and out. You calculate it. from today, tomorrow, you will come back again. So if you didn't get any amount of 100 Ghana, or the job is no good. So it's too much. It's too much. Even though you're supposed to put like 50% on it, but now how they have put 50% on it, it's too much. So you have to talk. You have to make something on it. So we can do. So this evening I'll put top money into in my home. You get me right? Yeah. So they have to do something on it.
Well, the price increment has had somewhat a mixed reaction from passengers, while some people think that it is okay. Others are also of the opinion that the price increment is way too much. My name is Desmond from Pond, and I'm reporting for GhanaWeb.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
But I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
again, Charlie. If today is your first time on my YouTube channel, don't forget to subscribe, don't forget to like, don't forget to share with your friends. Guys, we are going kayaking. The we you will see soon. And guys, I'm so excited. I am currently here at a town called Anyanwi. This is where we took our boat from here to Accra. If you haven't watched a YouTube video, it's up on my YouTube channel. So it's more like a harbor. This is where everyone takes the boat from each town to the next town to the next town to Ada and then whatsoever. So we are going kayaking. I'm going kayaking. This is my second time kayaking, but this is my first time kayaking on the River Volta. This is one activity you could do whenever you're in the Volta region. And so, you know, I'm coming along with you. How do I look? How do I look? Today I'm rocking my natural hair. Somebody commented recently and said, hey Stella, we've never seen you in natural hair. So today, yeah, here you are. This is my hair. And so let's go right into the video. You got to let it go. 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 Maunyo. Okay, so Maunyo is the one taking us. And he's been smiling throughout. Yeah. So I'm here with my life jacket. She's also preparing. So I haven't properly introduced you all. So this is Akosia Shelley, aka the area girl with Brandy, and this is Hetty. Hello everyone. Hetty Ajete. I'll share their details in the description box. Please do want to subscribe to their channel too. So this is how the kayaking looks like. There's actually a space you can keep your items. Let's see how it looks like. How big is it?
These kayaks are very stable and they are fast for beginners, and everybody can navigate with these kayaks. Very easy to move. So this afternoon we'll do a bit kayaking to the mangrove, where we'll see the type of the mangrove, the uses, the importance, the species that live in the mangrove, and why we need to restore our mangrove forest after harvesting and blah blah blah. My name is Bright Maunyo Ajaba. Okay. I'm a sea turtle conservationist. What does it mean? Well, I protect
saving the turtles and keeping them. Sea turtles, right?
Yes. And other aquatic species like manatee, crocodiles.
Did you study it? Was a passion?
I'm just doing it out of passion. I mean, from these tours, kayaking, boat cruise, boat safari, and other things, the fund directly supports my sea turtle conservation staffs and mangrove conservation staffs. So it's not profit. The money is not going to Bright, but it's rather be spent to protect sea turtles and mangrove restoration.
Okay, thank you very much. I am ready. Whoa.
Your viewers will enjoy. Don't worry.
She's also ready. Struggling. Akosha is struggling down there, same as Hetty. Yeah, so this is how it looks like, and yeah. I'm coming to you, okay? I'm going to save her ass. The plant.
Mangroves are aquatic plants, and they are very important because they serve as home for species like mudskipper, crabs, birds,
oyster,
and others. And the mangroves are important because they store carbon, and they are the fastest carbon storage way. So they store a lot of carbons. And because of the carbon in the mangrove and the fishmonger uses to smoke their fish, it preserves the fish for long. So they prefer using the mangrove wood to smoke their fish than other wood.
Oh, okay. You see a lot of them
in the market there. Yeah, these mangroves are very important. So, but in this area is one of the major business people are doing mangrove harvesting or cultivation. You can see a crab over there. We have different types of crab. The one moving there.
So these are the edible crabs?
They are edible.
Oh, okay.
They are edible.
So this is a close-up of how the mangroves look like. Yay! Oh, I'm entering. Yeah, I'm entering inside though. Yeah, so I need to paddle back. This looks scary. So this is my view right now. And I'm currently on the water, just relaxing. And yeah, I wish I'd had a closer look. So this is how the paddle looks like. This is how the inside looks like. So yeah. Brings us to the end of the kayaking section. It took us 30 minutes, and yeah, I have realized there is some sea snails here. It actually moves in the water, but once you're holding it, it's not. Look at, can you see it? What's the name of this shell? What? Hermit crab. Oh, it's called a hermit crab. Well, I've been seeing it, but I don't know the name. So you can tell it will be moving very soon. It actually moves in the water. There are a lot of them here. Look at this type. Yeah. So yeah, this brings us to the end of this video. I also had a good time. It was a good kayaking. It was my second kayaking experience, and it was okay for me though. So yeah, until next time on my next video, catch you guys. You know I always love you. You are my favorite person. 4 million. Hey, 400 cedis. Hey, how sure? Wow, I didn't know firewood business was this big. She says the whole entire wood is 400 cedis, and I think that's a lot of money. Like, even if I decide to fill my gas. Wow, interesting.
I'm delighted to be supporting the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Let's be brutally frank. We are losing too many of our compatriots. The last time I checked the statistics, at the end of April, 1,034 Ghanaians had lost their lives to road crashes. We cannot continue on this trajectory. More people have died on our roads than COVID has killed during this pandemic period. That's really striking. We cannot continue doing the same thing and yet expect different results. Expect that some way, somehow, we'll reverse this deadly trend. We need to end the fatalities. We need to end the road crashes. We all now must take greater responsibility. Make sure our cars are serviced, our brakes are serviced regularly. We must ensure that as car owners, we do not hand over our cars to drivers or to our children who have not been properly licensed to use our vehicles. And let us just watch the speed and be extra cautious on our roads. Let's obey road traffic regulations and respect the signage on our roads. The carnage, the fatalities cannot continue. We must end the mass murder that is going on in our country due to road traffic accidents. It has to end, beginning from me, beginning from you. So let us do right and let us save lives.
This latest rubber down, that is what we use in handling casualties. We use this one in handling casualties. Reason being, we don't want any body fluid like blood, vomiters, sweat, and other things to contaminate you. We know what is in the world now. COVID is there, hepatitis B is there, and other diseases. We don't want to contaminate any person by killing ourselves. So we wear this one under before this one, and this gloves is used in handling tools. But we cannot use that same on the human being. When we remove that one, this one is there for us to do the handling of the casualty. So this one first. Okay. Then we also wear this one also.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
News headlines from across the globe today are centered on the novel coronavirus and the ravages it's causing to economies. Economies like Ghana. But unlike other countries where many deaths are recorded from the virus, Ghana's situation is slightly different. Reports say many deaths come from road carnages or accidents. On this edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign, we speak with one of our partners at the National Road Safety Authority to get a sense of why this situation persists and what can be done to better it. Pearl Adusu is Public Relations Officer of the NRSA, and she's our guest on this edition. My name is Echi Atisu. Pearl, thank you for agreeing to speak with us.
Thank you very much for inviting me and coming to the head office of the National Road Safety Authority.
We are glad that you're giving us the time. So tell us, National Road Safety Authority, what exactly is your role in terms of fighting accidents?
Thank you very much. The National Road Safety Authority is established to develop and to promote road safety in the country, and also to coordinate and regulate activities, procedures, and standards that relate to road safety and provide for related matters. In short, we will say National Road Safety Authority is the lead agency in the country that manage road safety in Ghana.
All right, we know you've done several campaigns, activities over the years with regards to road safety and carnages and all of that. But why do we still have such high numbers of road crashes that lead to deaths?
All right. One of the things is that over the past few years, there have been influx of vehicles into the country. It has risen more than 100%. And then the population is also growing. When we look at the statistics from like in the 90s when we were about 11 million and over, today we are about 30 million. The cars also keeps coming, and commuters has increased. And so the more people and vehicles go on the streets, the more crashes that happens. Notwithstanding this, road users are not adhering to the road safety rules and regulations that are out there, culminating with the irresponsible nature of or behavior of people who work in the road safety institutions, related institutions. All this culminates into the increase in the statistics that we have. If not for road safety that are putting down standards and developing standards and promoting road safety by coordinating activities and then other campaigns we do, the numbers would have even been more than we are seeing.
You spoke about the institutions that teach people how to drive and all of that, and how they educate our drivers. Can we say for a fact, because we know a number of people who don't even go through the normal system of actually going through driving schools, could this be accounting for some of these lapses that we experience in our road sector?
Yeah, it actually is, because when we want to look at road safety management, it comes with 4 E's: education, engineering, enforcement, and emergency service. So when you take education which compromise training, when we take it out, it means we'll create a platform for fatalities. And so training and education is a very essential component of road safety management in the country.
So how is the NRSA helping to deal with this lapse? It seems like it's a huge lapse or a huge gap in the system. How are you helping to?
Okay, thank you. You can't control individuals how they start driving. Some learn it through going to the formal school process, some other people teach them, but we've put out standards there. That's why we develop standards. That's why we develop procedures. So if even you didn't go to school, there are standards there. The moment you get on the road, you know that the road, we educate you to know that the road is not for you. You are using the road with other road users, and it belongs to, let's say, an institution or the government. And so there are rules as to how to use the road. That is why if you don't follow the standards and the of the traffic rules and regulation, you are sanctioned or punished. Thirdly, we also go into the field to train the drivers at their terminals. We call it outreach. We go periodically and then we train them, we educate them, we sensitize them, we make them aware of the standards we have in the country and what the consequences will be when they don't adhere to. So we do that a lot. We've seen that over the years we've been doing those things, but these things keep coming. Through research and investigation, we've seen that there is a lot of indiscipline among road users. So what now we do is the main people we see first to call to order is the drivers. So from 2019, we've started training. We call it driver education and training, calling drivers into the classroom back once a year and to train them on best practices. We did the piloting. Then when COVID set in, we couldn't do it, but we are at an advanced stage of developing it again with DVLA, and then every year it will be mandatory for you to, as a driver, to go back to the classroom and have a refresher training in defensive driving or any other training that you need to get to be on the road. And the consequences of not doing that is that when you go to upgrade or change your license, when a certificate is not shown that you've been to the classroom to have this refresher course, your license may not be renewed or upgraded unless you go and come. That is something that we are putting up. It is part of some of the interventions we want to bring on the road safety management space to curb the crashes that is ongoing currently.
That sounds like a very proactive measure. But let's get some education. What's the difference between the work you do here at NRSA and then that of the police's MTTD?
All right, thank you very much. The police MTTD are our stakeholders. We work closely with them. They enforce the traffic rules and regulations on the road, on the individual road user, especially drivers. They make sure that rules and regulation, we have Road Traffic Acts, which is, we have 2004, we have 2012. There are a lot of directives, regulations in there, whereby it stipulates clearly what a driver can do on the road and what not to do. And so the driver is there to enforce that, to see that when you jump or you violate a traffic rule and regulation, you are apprehended, processed, and prosecuted. Ours is that our core mandate is education. We educate the road user. We sensitize them. We make them aware of the rules and regulations that are in our act. And when they violate, the consequences. That is the education. That education even go to the classroom. We partner with Ministry of Education, Ghana Education Service. Some of our road safety bits, set bits, and things they have to know are inculcated in their curriculum so that the children are taught, not as part of examinable subjects, but it comes into some of the social studies, RME subjects that they learn about the acts, what it pertains. There's small basic things we should do. We coordinate also. We coordinate all road safety institutions, being private or governmental. We coordinate them so that we see that every road safety activity they want to do is standardized. Okay. So we, when we're commissioned, do these things. Now that we became authority, a mandate has been given us where we do institutional enforcement. So as the police are enforcing the individual road user or driver, we do institutional enforcement. We see to it that all the institutions that are road safety related work do the right thing. And so when they don't do, we enforce the laws of the rules and regulations, or we sanction them, or we regulate their work, especially the road transport operators and unions. We regulate them. So when they don't abide by the rules and regulations as an institution, that is where we come in and give them compliance notice to comply or face sanctions.
You spoke about the fact that you are now an authority. How different has your work become since you were commissioned and now authority? You were speaking a little about that, but how drastic has the difference been?
When we were commissioned, we just develop and promote road safety and then coordinate the activities of other agencies that want to go into road safety and then regulate some activities. That's all. But now, when the mandate came, we have the power to regulate the road safety space like civil aviation does, like maritime authority does. We have to regulate the transport system. We don't have to leave them, the unions, the operators. There are certain things we should check before a vehicle from a union, an operator moves. Certain things we should they as unions should put in place, which is in the Road Traffic Act. We have to regulate and see to it that they do those things so that crashes will come down. Previously, you advise. You don't have the mandate, the backing, the authority to sanction or to impress upon them to do A or B. But now the law is backing us. The act that brought the authority, Act 993, states that we need to regulate them, see to it to put certain traffic rules and regulations in place, and for them to make sure that they abide by those things. When they do, we sanction them. And so now we are enforcing the traffic rules and regulation in the institutions that does road safety work. So for instance, if you are DVLA and you need to license or certify a car to be roadworthy, but we get there, we realize that the car is not roadworthy, but yet DVLA has certified it to be on the road, then it means we have to sanction that institution, because all these things culminate into crashes. Because when a car is not roadworthy, but it's on the road, it can result in crash. When a police officer is supposed to enforce the law on a driver and you don't do it, we realize that we can sanction that institution. So now we enforce, put up institutional enforcement, whilst the police do individual enforcement, day-to-day enforcement. So for instance, if Ghana Highway Authority, with all their engineers, have to put up a road infrastructure with all furnitures on board, but we do an inspection, we realize some safety infrastructure are not in place, we can give them a letter of compliance so that they comply with the safety aspects of the road infrastructure. If they don't for a certain time, we can go in to sanction them. So that is what we do, which is different from the police. They do individual enforcement, we do institutional enforcement.
As part of your work as well, you do road safety audits.
Yeah, our work says that we should do road safety audits.
Okay.
Especially now that we've become an authority.
All right. There are concerns that this responsibility has been left in the background, and that is added up to some of these lapses we have in the road sector. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, over the years, we were not backed by law to force institutions to comply or to do whatever they have to do. We just advise. So we don't directly do the road safety audit those times. We advise the related road safety institution that will take a particular road infrastructure project to let us come in and do. But when we advise that they don't take, there is no law binding them. But now that we have become an authority, when this advice is not taken, for us not to be part or to audit before, during, and after construction, that is where we will sanction them. So now the law empowers us. So this is where they will be forced to bring us in. Those times we were collaborating, we were advising, but it was, if it is ignored or relegated to the background, there was nothing we could do by law, because the law didn't give us any door to sanction or to enforce anything. But now that we became authority, the law backs us to be able to sanction or make an institution that didn't mind us doing the audit to comply with our directives.
Right.
So that is the difference. That is why that section has been left for some time. But now that we are developing our legislative instrument, all these things will be addressed appropriately.
You also mandated to establish a long-term road safety plan. Is there anything like that, and can you share what that plan is?
Yeah, globally, we belong to the global road safety community, and UN itself has been coming up with structures. Now we have what we call the new decade of action for road safety. It is even a global plan. So we will draw our plan fitting into it. So we just have to put down strategies that will minimize fatalities on our road, because the global plan is for the new decade of action it is from 2021 this year to 2030. Okay. We have to make sure that we minimize fatalities by 50%. So we come to our office and then we put down strategies that we will use to do all those things. And for now, we have put down certain things which, if you don't care, I can share with you. Please. So that we see to it that before the 2020 or by 2030, we will see a drastic reduction in fatalities on our roads. One, what we are doing currently is our flagship campaign that is called Arrive Alive. We bring it to the Tree language, we say Kodru Jojo. It is a campaign that we started in October, and we are hoping it goes well into a number of years to come, maybe 2, 3, 4. We started with topical issues on road safety, like speeding, dangerous driving, fatigue driving, night driving, driving in bad weather, topical issues, about 52 topical issues with infomercials, with jingles to go with it, and then we discuss topic by topic. As we discuss, then the infomercials will be playing. We are coming up with production, drama productions, we are raising billboards, and then we are collaborating with the police. As we educate, we sensitize, we bring awareness on topical issues relating to road safety, then the police will be enforcing those things. So maybe if we are discussing speeding, what is the speed limit for several areas, what should the drivers do and not to do, and how overspeeding or excessive speeding will affect our road safety issues, then the police too must be enforcing it on the ground. So when they see that you are overspeeding, you should be apprehended, processed to court or something. If it is fatigue driving, what constitutes fatigue driving? What what is its impact on road safety or crashes, what the drivers ought to know and what they ought to do. At the same time, when they see that an accident has occurred and realize the driver was tired but still was driving, what is the consequence? What should we do to the person? The police should enforce that. That is the campaign we have taken up. We have partnered with several media houses, which we are doing an add-on so that it will go nationwide. The piloting was basically in Accra and its environs, but now we want to take it, open our tentacles and go nationwide to all the 16 regions. Apart from the, how do we call it? From the campaign, we have certain things we are putting in place. Road safety automation. Road safety automation is where there are gadgets we are developing at the development stage. We put in vehicles, especially the high-risk commercial vehicles, the buses and other things who do inter-city travels. We are starting from them so that we can check people who come to board the vehicle, their names, their identity and other things, the number of passengers you are picking if you are overloading. There are gadgets that we are developing to put there, and so to be checking records of passengers and how you loaded. So that road safety automation is coming up now. Okay. That is one of the things we are bringing on board so that we'll be able to check people. So when an accident happens, for instance, sometimes that people crashed in, let's say, the northern part of Ghana, they got bent and were not identified. Because we have that data already, people can easily be identified when such things happen. And when you are overloading too, it can automatically be known. Secondly, we are doing a road accident database. That road accident database, we are putting a lot of things together. We do it now, but manually. We want to go electronic. So sometimes a year and 2 years over, we've not had a database of the previous year of accident, things that goes into it. Now we want to go electronic so that we'll have a database. Immediately the year ends, we'll have a database so that, road safety, it's a database related institute. So that's what we want to do. As I've already said, formally we were not regulating the road transport service. Now we want to seriously go into regulating the road transport service, which in a way we have already started. This year we brought out some regulatory directives for high risk commercial transport operators and unions to abide by. One is when you are a transport operator who travels well over 500 kilometers or over 8 hours, you need to employ 2 drivers in your vehicle, mandatory, so that we'll check fatigue driving. Because we've realized through research and investigation that a lot of the accident that happens at night is out of a result of dozing drivers veering off or colliding into other oncoming vehicles. And so if you travel more than 8 hours a day within 24 hours, you need 2 drivers on board. And especially night driving, you need 2 drivers because the body is made such that in the night you need to sleep.
You need some rest.
You need to sleep, so you have to rest. And then apart from that, in the same regulation, we want the transport operators and unions to put logbooks in their vehicles. They don't have logbooks, so any speed at all they go. So if you have logbook in your vehicle, it will check your speeding limit or speeding level. And then also we say they should employ road safety officers. They will do pre-departure checks, and when you arrive, they will check. When this pre-departure check, we'll check the vehicle, its condition, and the drivers, whether the drivers are in good state to travel. Some drivers drink, they take drugs, they are not in good shape, good mind, they are not focused to travel. Meanwhile, they do. So when you employ the services of a road safety officer, he has to check all these things and make sure there are 2 drivers before, when you are a long distance driver, before you leave your terminal, and then your logbooks are there, so they check you. This all these directives that we've put in place, we have employed, since we became an authority, road safety inspectors who will periodically go to the terminals and the stations and be checking whether these directives are being complied with. Now, it is also mandatory that all drivers who do intercity travels should have a mandatory defensive driver training. Either the transport operator or union established in conjunction with National Road Safety Authority and DVLA establish a school on their own, or they liaise with us. We give them a reputable school that will train them with all the models coming from us, so that they will be trained in defensive driving, so that if even there is something, a mistake on the road, you know how to save yourself and the passengers. So these are some of the things we've put in place now. Now we are also collaborating with Ghana Police Service, so that they will automate their enforcement, traffic enforcement, in such that cameras, automation cameras will be fixed in places to check speeding and other relative offenses. So now the human interface will not be there, but as we do in other countries, there will be cameras fixed in vantage points that will pick vehicles that are over speeding, and there will be let's say an electronic machine in their office that will be checking. So it will immediately capture, you will be fined immediately. Why else you don't know that you'll be seen and you'll be fined? You either go back to your station or terminal, and then you are handed over a ticket to go and pay. Or when you go to renew your license or upgrade or something, they will look at the number of offenses you have committed. Either you will not be renewed, you'll be refused to go back and come back again, meaning that you can't drive. So these are some of the few things we have put in place. This automation of traffic enforcement, cameras and those things is called traffic tech by the police. So we are in contact with them to do all these things. And another major thing we want to also do is to provide modern rest stops at vantage points along our highways. Accra, Takoradi, Accra, Aflao, Accra, Kumasi, beyond, and then which other those places? Accra, Takoradi, those Accra, Kumasi and beyond, and Accra, Aflao, those major highways that we normally hear the accidents happening, because we want to prevent fatigue driving, for drivers to have enough rest. We're in collaboration with the private sector, insurance companies and other stakeholders. Will be putting up rest stops, so that this rest stops will be a modernized rest stop, big, so such that even vehicles that are broken down on the roads, which have not been towed, automatically will be towed into those rest stops. So they will be taken off the road and be parked. If we don't see the owners, they will have a safe place to park them, so that the other vehicles will not run into them and people will die. Apart from this thing too, we are now talking on a round table, talking with insurance company and police, how best we could bring back a towing project or towing service, so that we'll collaborate with either the private sector, and then the premium that drivers pay, national insurance commission made up of insurance companies will take some money out of their premium, then go for services from private organizations so that we will be able to effectively, immediately tow cars that are broken down on the road to safe places so that we will not have much cars running into such tracks that are spoiled, killing people. So I think some of these things that we are, strategies that we are bringing up will help us to meet our target of reducing road crashes by 50% by the year 2030.
Be disciplined and do your part. Thank you very much, Pearl Adusu, for agreeing to speak to us on this edition of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. So thank you for joining us on this episode of the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. We want to highlight problems of road safety in your community. So we want you to get in touch with us. Follow us on all social media sites. It's at the GhanaWeb. Send us your concerns, your observations, and we'll get back at you to highlight those problems. Until another time, my name is Eche Atisu. Remember to subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's GhanaWeb TV, and also visit us at www.ghanaweb.com. Do stay safe and be good to one another.
Towards June 11th, and who have made commitment to support the efforts of government through the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to plant at least, and the at least is emphasized, at least 5 million trees on the day. From the projections vis-a-vis what the Forestry Commission has already done in terms of the production of seedlings, and from the commitments we've received from across the country, I am very confident that on June 11th, we certainly will plant more than 5 million trees. For instance, the Church of Pentecost, the Church of Pentecost is committed to plant 1 million trees on that day. The Presbyterian Church of Ghana is committed to plant 1 million trees on that day. The Apostolic Church of Ghana is committed to plant 500,000 trees on that day. And as I said earlier, primary and secondary schools are going to plant 1,290,607 seedlings on that day. The Volta River Authority is committed to plant 245,000 trees on that day. And the Form Ghana Limited is committed to plant 136,219 trees on the day. My own church, the Catholic Church of Ghana, we are also going to plant 1 million trees on that day. Now, there is a window of opportunity for organizations and institutions to come forward, to step forward, to make their commitment as to the number of trees they will plant. And Honorable Minister for Information, if you indulge me, I should say that there cannot be any better corporate social responsibility than planting trees, than supporting this exercise. This is very much about the survival of our country. So all the conglomerates and the big businesses in our country and the corporations in our country, the Ghanaian people and the good people of Ghana are looking up to you. They are looking up to all the businesses of our country, the corporate institutions, the NGOs, faith-based organizations, and citizens in general to step forward to support this noble and godly endeavor. A good number of institutions have also stepped forward to make cash contributions. I know, for instance, that some banks have come forward and they've made some financial contributions. Our doors are still open, and we expect that various organizations will make it a point to contribute to the Green Ghana Day Fund, which is at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, to make the day a success. On Friday, the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, at 1 p.m. at Jubilee House, at the lawn of Jubilee House, will plant the commemorative tree. The commemorative tree which will signify or symbolize that the Ghanaian people planted at least 5 million trees on June 11, the Green Ghana Day, will be undertaken by President Akufo-Addo. The Vice President will follow suit to plant a tree on that very day. The Speaker of Parliament will lead Parliament on June 11th to plant a tree at Parliament House. Members of Parliament are lacing their boots to lead their constituencies in all 275 constituencies to plant trees on that day. The Chief Justice, my Lord the Chief Justice, has been gracious enough to accept the request of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to lead the judiciary to plant a tree at the Supreme Court, at the premises of the Supreme Court. His Majesty the Asante-Hene Otumfuo Osei II will lead Asante Man at the golf course of Kumasi to plant a tree. His Majesty the Yana will lead the chiefs of Northern Ghana and the chiefs and people of Northern Ghana to plant a tree in Yendi. The Ochenhene, His Majesty Osagyefo Amochi of Openi Ochenhene will plant a tree in Chebi. The Chief Imam will plant a tree on that day. And indeed, I should say, other high-ranking, the President of the National House of Chiefs, Ojia Oho, His Majesty Ojia Oho, will plant a tree. He will lead the National House of Chiefs to plant a tree. And other high-ranking officials of our country will plant trees. But even more importantly, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, is that the Ghanaian people are expected, and we are very hopeful and optimistic, that on this day, we'll all spare an hour or two to step forward and step out to plant trees across the country. And indeed, the catchphrase and the slogan is that plant a tree, take a picture of it, and post it. I will do the same, and I'll post mine on my Facebook page. I expect that you do the same. I have a list here of those who've contributed so far to the 5 million Green Ghana projects. The chairman of the committee is insisting that I read all of it out because he wants to acknowledge them and also hopefully have some more inflows. Richie Plantation Limited has contributed 50,000. The Minerals Development Fund has contributed 100,000. The Minerals Commission 100,000 Ghana cedis. Salt and Light Ministries have contributed 50,000 Ghana cedis. The ministry itself has contributed 100,000. Lands Commission 100,000. Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority 20,000. Bui Power Authority 20,000. Green Cycle E 20,000. Reverend Dr. Joyce R.I. 20,000. National Petroleum Authority 200,000. Namibia Embassy High Commissioner 1,000 Ghana cedis. Emirates Airline 3,000 Ghana cedis. Guinea Embassy 100 US dollars. There's an unknown 100,000. And West Africa Quarries Limited 200,000. Petroleum Commission 100,000. So these are the contributions so far, and that totals to about 1.1 million Ghana cedis. So the preparation and the organization of this day is gone far, is far advanced, and we at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, we are very confident that we've put ourselves in readiness for this big day, this historic day. Without doubt, this is going to be a very ambitious exercise, and it's going to be a major undertaking. But we've been working day and night for the past 3 or so months, preparing for this big day. I've been reliably informed that the international media is even found this very attractive and are beginning to comment on this. We should make it a big success. And God willing, next year, June 11th, 2022, on Green Ghana Day next year, we hope to plant 20 million trees. And in 2023, on Green Ghana Day, we hope to plant 50 million trees. And God willing, in 2024, on the 4th anniversary of Green Ghana, we hope to plant 100 million trees. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to give you the breakdown of the regional distributions of seedlings. Ahafo, we've distributed 170,000 seedlings. Ashanti is received 1 million. Bono is received 250,000. Bono East, 300,000. Central Region, 400,000. Eastern Region, 750,000. Greater Accra Region, 450,000. Oti, 150,000. Northern, 250,000. Northeast, 120,000. Savannah, 250,000. Upper East, 170,000 seedlings. Upper West, 150,000 seedlings. Volta Region, 200,000 seedlings. Western, 250,000, Western North 420,000, totaling 5,280,000 seedlings have been distributed as we speak. So distinguished members of the press, I must thank you for your attention and conclude my initial remarks by calling on Ghanaians, all and sundry, residents of Ghana, to come out in their numbers on Friday, June 11th, for us to plant at least 5 million trees to restore the forest cover of our country. And not just plant them, but nurture and nurse them to maturity. Let's go planting 5 million trees. Greening Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister responsible for lands and natural resources, and I would ask you to stay at the podium. Colleagues, this is a kind of brief that you usually don't get a lot of questions, but you know, I am actually hopeful that there may be a few issues that you want clarification on. So, the microphone is available. Just give me a wave where you are, and we will be happy to take your questions. As always, we are still biased towards the ladies, so if a lady puts up her hand, we'll skip all the men and go to the ladies first. In the absence of, there's a lady here. So, gentlemen, you have to hold on. There are two ladies. So let me take the ladies and I'll come to this positive discrimination. Yes, madam.
Good afternoon. My name is Benis Abubeidulansa. I work with Joy News. My question is about how you're hoping to protect the remaining 1 million hectares as we embark on this project. Because you've mentioned that we are going to be planting mostly economic trees, which take a while. So what are you going to do to preserve what is already existing so that, you know, you're not counter working? And the other thing is, in an earlier report I saw online when this project was launched, we mentioned that we were going to use this to help address the impact of illegal mining. I just want to find out if we will need, especially with regards to lands that have been devastated by illegal mining, whether we'll need to do extra work on those lands or we'll just go ahead to plant the trees, and will that work for us? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a lady in yellow. The back? Yes, madam, let me hear from you.
My name is Nancy Vokania and I work with TV3. In 2019, we interviewed a gentleman from the Green Republic. It's an NGO. And he first mentioned a National Tree Planting Day after doing some work with the late Sir John, providing seedlings and other things.
Now see if you can speak up so that we can hear you better.
Our sources say that the Green Republic presented a document and a roadmap for the National Tree Planting Day to the presidency. So we'd like to know if that initial engagement is part of why this is happening. We want to know if our government is listening to our youth when they bring up some of these ideas. Yes.
Thank you. There was a gentleman who had a hand up here, and then I'll come down this way. Did you have your hand up? No, you didn't. Okay, so let me take the two here. Let me take the two gentlemen here. Did you have your hand up? Yes, so please. And then I'll come to the two of you here. Yeah.
My first question is, what went into the decisions in terms of the distribution of the seedlings to the regions, especially looking at the factors involved that you looked at? And secondly, if there is any update on the fourth phase of Operation Halt. Yes, because we've been visiting some of the sites, the river bodies.
But you're done with your questions?
Yes, some of the communities, the water bodies are still bad.
Okay. Well, thank you. You would recall that I think last week or so, the Minister for Defense was here to give the updates on the fourth phase of Operation Halt. When we come back with another update on that one, we'll deal with it. Today we're talking Green Ghana. Yes, sir. Two.
My name is John Awuni. I represent Kesben. I just wanted to know, on the June 11th, after the planting, a year later or a year after the planting, what measures we put in place to make sure that the 5 million trees that we planted will survive the Herculean task of the weather, and possibly if watering and other things is not taken into consideration, how are the trees going to survive?
Okay. GNA, you usually have like 5 questions. Today, no more than 2. We beg of you.
Thank you. I wanted to also add up to what the lady said, that because we learned the soil has been polluted by mercury, cyanide because of the illegal activities. So we wanted to find out whether there was any measures to get rid of those substances that could affect the growth of these trees if government would do something about it so that we will not get them dying early. Then my second question is, I want to add up to what the lady said concerning the Green Republic project. And this gentleman has been advocating for this national tree planting for over 10 years, has been doing it and planted over 16,000 trees across the country, funded by him. And so we at least wanted him to be part of the planning committee of this Green Ghana, but I learned he is not even part. So we wanted to find out if government will assign him a specific role to play to bring his experience to bear.
So does government have any plans to onboard
persons
to bring who are already in the area?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure.
Let me get reactions.
The cost
let me
of
get
this
reactions.
project,
I have to cut
cost.
it down, and then let me go to reactions. Minister.
Yes, sir. So thank you very much. Thank you. The lady from Joy News wants to know what the measures we're going to put in place to deal with the existing forest cover of our country. Multiple interventions will be made. The first one, the fight we are waging on illegal small-scale mining in itself is an intervention which will help in terms of the forest cover of our country. I'm sure you are familiar with the new arrangements we put in place, which says that they can no longer be mining in forest reserves of our country. That's protecting the forest reserves of our country. The exercise of the minister's discretion in the grant of concessions for purposes of harvesting trees in the forest reserves and so on and so forth. That is a discretion that I have to exercise and exercise carefully. Because as I said earlier in my remarks, the sustainable utilization of the forest resource of our country must be a key ingredient when the minister is exercising his discretion as to how he grants concession for timber merchants to go and harvest wood and so on and so forth. So that's the second one. And the third one, generally, is the enforcement mechanism by the Forestry Commission itself. And I'm very confident in the Chief Executive Officer of the Forestry Commission, a very capable man, and I know that he's put in place an array of measures to ensure that the forest cover of our country is protected and that we continue to police and safeguard what we have now. The issue of the degraded or mined out lands, there's a program the ministry is working out, which will be dubbed the National Reclamation Program. We've gone far with it. It's a matter that we have a whole technical committee chaired by Deputy Minister Duka in my ministry, which is being worked on assiduously, and they've gone very far with it, where we're going to roll out like the Green Ghana thing that we've just been discussing here, a whole program which will ensure that we reclaim degraded lands. But this Green Ghana Day, we are not going to plant trees at degraded lands. We are not going to plant trees at places where the soil has already been polluted. The Forestry Commission is used very expert and scientific means in determining where we should plant the trees. And they are very clear in their minds that where these trees are going to be planted, the trees will survive. The formula for distribution, the matters to do with, for instance, where you have land banks, first of all, where you have a place where you can plant a lot of trees, the places where we have a lot more deforestation. If you take, for instance, the northern part of our country, you can be rest assured that there the issues of deforestation and the depletion of our forest cover is more alarming. And so they've taken all of that into account, and they've come out with a very expert determination as to which region needs how many number of trees. There's also the question about a young man who has been waging a crusade about how we should all be involved in planting trees, and I'm told that he's even gone ahead to plant 16,000 trees. Why not? If I get the details of this young man, I'll be very happy to speak to him, and whatever collaboration we can engage in with the person, we'll be very happy to do that. I mean, I learned on Facebook yesterday that a lady from Nkranza, an elderly woman from Nkranza, on her own, has already planted 500 trees or so. I got the officials of my ministry to reach out to her, and I'm scheduled to have a meeting or a discussion on the phone with her to find out how we can support her. So as I said from the very beginning, we really want Ghanaians to own this enterprise, because that's the only way it can be sustainable. And we are happy to collaborate with anybody who is determined to work with us. Operation Hall, the minister is responding to it, but just so that I make a comment, the matter of small-scale mining and illegal small-scale mining, it cannot be an event. It's not possible. It's a process. We can't resolve illegal small-scale mining in our country overnight. Respectfully, I should submit and do so forcefully. If you understand that industry and the complexity of the industry, you will appreciate that it will require some time, it will require sustained effort. And what is refreshing in my view is that there is absolute commitment and will to resolve the matter of illegal small-scale mining in our country. Thank you.
I think GNA had a few questions, but one of them was included earlier in fact, both of them. So you've dealt with both of them. I'll take a final batch of questions. Nana, you have your hand up. Kojo, you have your hand up. We are not accustomed to shouting questions across. Just raise your hand. I'll send the microphone to you. Okay? So Nana is here. Kojo is there. Is there anybody else? GNA, I'll come back to you. So that'll be our final three. Yes, sir. Nana, let's start with you.
Yes, sir. Honorable Minister, you did indicate that you are going to plant only economic trees. But yesterday...
Not only. As much as possible. Not only. We'll plant other trees as well.
Okay, then let me duck that question.
Yeah.
And we are aware that the former CEO, the deceased Sir John, embarked on youth in area afforestation, and they have done a lot of work. Are you going to incorporate it into this exercise? Or they are going to be one here, the other one there? Can do anything, because once they want the gold, they can just uproot any tree and trade. So if you plant new trees at virgin areas that have not yet gone there, how are you going to monitor and make sure that they do not destroy those trees?
Thank you. There was another hand at the back. Yes, Kojo? Not more than two, and then we'll wrap up.
Okay, so last 3 weeks, Honorable Lands and Natural Resource Minister said that he's going to table before Cabinet some reforms or legal reviews in terms of the sanction regime for those who breach the mining laws. Any updates on that? Have you tabled before Cabinet the reviews in terms of strengthening the legal regime? And then secondly, let me just read it out straight. A major challenge to keeping our forests is illegal felling of trees and galamsey activities. We've been taking steps to address these things, but then the major thing that we need to do, we constantly hear of rosewood trade increasing and how it is increasing. What are we doing to ensure that this tree we are planting don't fall victim to these activities of illegal felling? Once we are saying that we're going to prioritize economic trees.
So the protection mechanisms come up.
Yes,
again.
please.
All right, GNA, your final question, one, and then we'll wrap up.
This is a short to medium term project, and so by the next 4 years, this project is going to be sustained. I want to find out how much government has projected to spend on this project, apart from what donors will bring. What government has budgeted for this project? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much. So, Kojo, let me just try and answer your question. Today is Green Ghana Day. Respectfully, Honorable Minister, I will indulge my good friend Kojo not to permit me not to get into the matters of galamsey. So I believe that the minister said we'll have another opportunity to discuss galamsey, and I'll answer all the questions relating to galamsey. Nana is asking about youth in afforestation. They are very central to whatever we are doing. The youth and afforestation program is a government intervention which seeks to employ young people to be involved in afforestation schemes. So they are very central in the work we do. I do know that they've had concerns about the delay in their payment, but I've just been informed and that efforts have been made, and as we speak, some payments have been effected, and we are working with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that all of their outstandings will be paid to them. But without doubt, they are absolutely integral when it comes to the Green Ghana Day and the efforts that we are making. The protection of the forest reserves and the trees we plant. Always remember one thing. the core mandate of the Forestry Commission is to protect the forest reserves of our country. That's their core mandate. So in addition to the afforestation schemes we have, and in addition to the greening efforts that we are embarking upon, part of their mandate, and in fact central to the existence of the Forestry Commission, is the protection of the forest reserves of our country. They have forest guards and they have all kinds of tools which are to be deployed for the protection of the forest reserves of our country. So the Forestry Commission, as I say, have an elaborate program to ensure that these trees, when planted, will be protected, will be nurtured, will be nursed, and as I've indicated to you, there will be an element of accountability in this whole thing. Next year, I mean, we're not going to put Ghanaians out into the field to go and plant trees, only for us to go to bed. And then a year after, it will become the effort that would have made will not amount to much. So we're going to report to the Ghanaian people at the end of on a quarterly basis and on the anniversary of Green Ghana Day, before we call on them again to plant some more trees come 2022, God willing. We should tell them how well we've done with the exercise they were involved in. So that is a key component of the whole arrangement we have. The issue of how much we are going to spend. The chairman of the committee is here, and he's still struggling for money, actually. So it's still an exercise that we are embarking on, and I believe that if there's a need for us to account, we will do so. But do contribute, and why not? Yourself, come and make some contribution. We'll be very happy to receive your contributions. So, Honourable Minister, I think these are the questions and these are the answers that I can give for now. But just to conclude by submitting and doing so very forcefully that this is going to be a big day for our country. This is the most ambitious single intervention in terms of afforestation in the history of our country. We've never had an occasion where we are going to have to plant these number of trees before. And so this is a Ghana project. This is a project for all of Ghana. And I should say that there are a good number of people from across the political divide, from across the spectrum of our country, who have been very cooperative and who have been very supportive, and we are very grateful for that. Let us all get out on this day and let us make a big statement that the Ghanaian people and the people who live in this country are determined to preserve our country and ensure the survival of our country, as well as also the survival of our globe, of our world. And we all know the issues of climate change and the warming of our planet and the need for us to act with urgency. The seedlings are going to be free. So anybody who comes to sell a seedling to you, please take note that government is worked out a scheme where we're going to take the full cost of the seedlings. So nobody should sell a seedling to anybody. On June 11, Green Ghana Day, let's go planting 5 million trees. Let's green Ghana. Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister, thank you for your presentation, straight to the point and very lucid. That outlines what we are seeking to achieve with this Green Ghana project, starting off with Green Ghana Day on June the 11th. Shortly, I'll play back on the screen the President's endorsement of this particular activity. But as you resume your seat, I just want to highlight a few things that you've mentioned. A number of trees, including economic trees. You've also spoken about the One Student, One Tree initiative to support this. The big date, it starts off on June 11th. It's not a one-day affair, but it starts off on the 11th of June. And Honourable Minister speaks of an all-of-society approach, everybody involved, not just us sitting down and watching some people plant trees, but all of us involved. He talks about a collaboration with other organizations and institutions, listed a number of them and the numbers that they are committing to. We want to encourage you to possibly talk to your media managers. Your organization can also participate and join us. Maybe some 60 trees or 50 trees, 100 trees here. It's not just about, talking about it, but it's also practicing what we preach. So we want to encourage you, our colleagues, that your organizations can also join us. And then the Honourable Minister spoke about the commemorative tree that will be planted by His Excellency the President, and it will be supported by a number of other persons across the country, the Chief Justice, the Speaker of Parliament, a number of traditional rulers. Honourable Minister, I think you left one out. Obrimpong Dubi Inti. The Ofuansi Mahini will also be planting a tree in the Ofuansi Ayiribi constituency. I think you left that one out. So, colleagues, let's play that clip, and we'll say thank you to all of you for being with us this morning. I want to say thank you to the Honorable Fatih Abubakar. I want to say thank you to the the Chief Executive of the Forestry Commission, who is here with us. I want to say thank you to the Honorable George Mekuduka, Deputy Minister Designate. The Honorable Benito, he was running around fetching some more seedlings, so he joined us. And then the Honorable Minister Samuel Abujinapo as well. Thank you all for being with us.
June has been dead.
Green Ghana Day.
Fellow Ghanaians, Friday, 11th June has been designated as Green Ghana Day. I will, as President of the Republic and as co-chair of the eminent group of advocates of the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, lead the effort in planting 5 million trees on that day. We cannot sit by and watch as our trees, flora and fauna are wiped out. Our very existence is tied directly to the survival of trees. Without the oxygen that is produced by trees, we cannot survive as humans. So on Friday, 11th June, the tree planting exercise will ensure that we're not only sowing seeds just for one day, but also for generations to come. I urge all Ghanaians to join this clarion call and help preserve our environment. After planting the 5 million trees, let us help nurture them and make sure that they survive. Lend your support to the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources as it executes this ambitious national assignment. On Friday, 11th June, I, Nana Adudanko Kufuado, will plant a tree, and I
Day.
Our life support system. Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
On this edition of Sports Check, we talk about the art of goalkeeping. And when it comes to goalkeeping, there's no better person to speak to than the former Blasters goalie, who is now a goalkeeper's coach. Abubakar Damba is my guest on Sports Check. And once we come from this break, we zoom into the conversation. It's Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa. Welcome back from the break. This is Sports Check, and Abubakar Damba, a legendary goalkeeper, is the one I'm speaking to today. Coach, good morning.
Good morning, my brother.
You just finished training a host of goalkeepers, and today we are discussing an interesting topic that pertains to your field. For someone who doesn't know a lot about football, what's goalkeeping?
Well, the goalkeeper is an integral part of the whole team, but has a specific role to play. It is only the goalkeeper who is allowed every part of the body so far as their area of operation is concerned. When I say area of operation, I'm talking about the goal area. The goalkeeper is permitted to use his or her feet and the hands, especially in his or her own area of operation, and that is the goal area. The goalkeeper who is permitted to use his or her hands in the goal. Apart from the hands being used in the goal area, you can use any other part of your body in any other part of the field. You can even go as far as to the opponent's goal area and play, and can even score goals. And we have seen that happen time and time again, even though it is not too rare, but it is also part of the game. So generally, he's an integral part of, the team. But in my opinion, because arguably though, I always say the goalkeeper's position important.
So I think last week or so there was this discussion on Twitter. It says Fabregas, Rio Ferdinand, and the guys, they were talking about the most important aspect of the game. Ferdinand feels it's Fabregas feels it's midfield. Mm-hmm. I think there was one attacker who made. What makes you think that, just one man in the post makes your role more important than someone who is basically running on the field and chasing the ball?
Simple. Very, very simple. All the main actors on the pitch make lots of mistakes, and they can be covered.
Sure.
And the mistakes could be covered. But the goalkeeper's mistake is final. The goalkeeper can single-handedly win and lose games. Not consciously or deliberately, but this is a metaphorical statement that I've made.
Sure.
The goalkeeper's mistake is final. So for which reason, the goalkeeper must concentrate for 90 minutes plus, depending on the duration of the game, without blinking. So the goalkeeper must be alert and alive for the whole duration of the game. Because for which reason, in my opinion, so that the goalkeeper is the most important player on the pitch because of their situation, where they find themselves. Very delicate, very sensitive, and must be devoid of two, because your mistake is doom. It spells doom for the whole team.
Does that not add an extra layer of pressure, to goalkeepers in such that you almost at every time have to get it right? Basically, there is no room for error.
Yes.
Does that not add a bit of pressure to goalkeepers?
I don't think so. It is a role, it's a responsibility, and it's a choice. You have made a choice to be a goalkeeper, and you know the dynamics of goalkeeping. You know what comes with goalkeeping. And because it is a specialized department for specialists, so every goalkeeper specializes and must be a specialist.
Yeah.
So when they call you a specialist in a particular field, it means devoid of too many errors. Your level of error should be very, very minimal. So we goalkeepers are very much aware that we have a responsibility of keeping the whole team on our own shoulders. So mistakes, no room for mistakes. So we are prepared physically and prepared mentally. So we hardly have any space to breathe.
Yep.
So we are trained to behave like that, act like that. So that's why we call ourselves the most important people on the pitch.
You know, earlier on when you were explaining the role of goalkeepers, you made mention of using your bodies. But over time, we've seen the role of goalkeepers transform or evolve. Now you are no longer going to catch the ball in the air and perhaps hoop it into the air and maybe to the opponent's half. Now basically you are part of the build-up. Even from 2014, we saw Manuel Neuer introduce something new where a goalkeeper is now more of the defenders. You have to be the next line of defense, not just in your post. You have to come out and attack the ball.
Yeah.
How do you manage that as a goalkeeper, that you are not just going to catch the ball, but now you even have to start the attack. You also have to play defensive roles as well. How do you manage that?
I tell you, football is a functional game. And we are talking about defending, that is when you don't have the ball. Attacking, when you have the ball. These are functional plays. Then we have the transitional moments in the game, which is what are you doing when you have the ball and you lose the ball? When you lose the ball and you win the ball. These are the two transitional moments. And goalkeepers have their roles, specific roles to play during these transitional moments. Now, functionally, in as much as defensively, you are supposed to prevent the ball from getting past you into your net. That is where you become a shot stopper. But functionally, when your team has the ball, what is the goalkeeper doing to make the goal-scoring opportunities of his team as big as possible? And you can only score when you have the ball in the team. Keep the ball in the team. So you need to improve upon your technique, your technical qualities, technical abilities as to your passing, your range of passing, your skill of passing. Be it short, long, high, or whichever. Whether you are distributing with the punt, that is from the hand to the foot, doing a long ball, or whether the ball is on the turf and you have to do a medium pass, you have to dink the ball. And all the different techniques, the goalkeeper must be able to execute them as and when it is required. That is why your judgment should be at another level. So goalkeepers are now trained to be very, very good ball players.
Yes. Yep.
And apart from being good ball players, but knowing when to pass the ball, the direction to which to pass the ball, the speed of the ball, and the trajectory of the ball. So these all come with a lot of specialization. So for which reason goalkeepers have become so important.
Yes.
That they join the whole team when his or her team is on the ball. They don't stay in the goal area. They join to make the attacking the numbers, to make up the numbers. So for which reason you can always see that in the last line of defense, the back line, one of the central defense can always push up to join in the attack because they know the goalkeeper is behind to play that role. So for which reason we call them goal players.
Yep.
Some of them are used as sweeper players. Some of them are used as libero players, depending on the situation, depending on the strategy, and depending on the vision and style of play of the team.
But how do you manage that? When do you know when to kick it long, kick it short, hoop it into the... When do you... Because I'm saying this because I'm an Arsenal fan. And in one of our games this season, Ben Leno made a mistake where there was pressure on him, and instead of hitting it long, he chose to pass the ball. And unfortunately, it went to the wrong player, and we considered a goal. In the post-match, Arteta was like, he should know that there are times where you can pass it short. There are times when you just have to challenge.
Very well.
As it used to be.
Absolutely.
As a goalkeeper, how do you navigate that? When do you know, okay, today, for this moment, let me give it to my defender. For the next moment, let me kick it long. How do you manage that?
That is why goalkeepers should be able to read and analyze the game situationally. In as much as your system of play, your tactics, just want to build from the back. I want to use my two central defenders to build up. I want to use my two wide players to build up. I want to use my controlling midfielders to build up, depending on the situation. Because you are not playing in isolation, you always have an opponent. So you read the situation based on the positions of the opponents. If it is not too dangerous, you can start the build-up from the back, which is easier.
Sure.
But if the opponents are there at close range, you need to avoid making mistakes. So in this situation, you need to go long to avoid making mistakes which should be capitalized and used against you by the opponent. So the situation should determine the goalkeeper's judgment, whether to build up from the back or to do the long ball. So, but I must also add that goalkeepers are human beings. Goalkeepers have low points and high points.
Sure.
Goalkeepers also do make mistakes.
Yep.
But you are not allowed to make fundamental or basic mistakes. These are very basic. The situation tells you what to do next with the ball. The coach from the sidelines cannot tell you what to do in a particular situation. That is why you are professional. You are trained to do that. You should be able to interpret. You should be able to analyze the situation and, of course, act accordingly. That's why we say goalkeepers must be very sharp and very smart.
Now, I'm going to put you a bit on the spot there, and that will be my last question on this whole, the new trend of goalkeeping. Having watched a lot of European and African goalkeepers, who are the top 3 or 5 goalkeepers that you think have been able to adapt to this new way of goalkeeping? Or who are your best, basically, goalkeepers currently?
Are you talking about our domestic league?
No, I'm talking about, say, European football. We'll come to the Ghana Premier League. But when it comes to
football in general, I tell you, Alisson has so far been a standout player, so far as I am concerned.
Sure.
I'm also looking at the Man City goalie.
Ederson.
Can you remind me?
Ederson.
Yeah. Ederson is another personality who has demonstrated time and time again that they are real team players.
Yep.
When it comes to functional football,
he's great with his foot.
You can't beat them.
Yep.
They know when to release the ball, where to release the ball to, the speed of the ball, the trajectory of the pass. They are specialists. These are 2 goalkeepers who are standout. I can also see that Mendy used not to be at that level, but Mendy of Chelsea has now, of late,
he's learning,
added a lot of quality into his goalkeeping, functionally, especially when playing from the back. Now his range of passing has become very qualitative.
Sure.
And I think he's another goalkeeper that I think he's coming up quickly and adapting quickly to the situations. We have many goalkeepers who, of course, are outstanding in their field of play. But then, when it comes to functional football, we have goalkeepers who stand out. And I think, readily, these are the 3 goalkeepers I can think on my feet to mention, spontaneously.
You mentioned Mendy, and that was going to be my next topic, the presence of African goalkeepers in the top tier of world football. We have a lot of good goalkeepers down here. Yeah. Over the years, we've produced a whole lot of great goalkeepers from the African continent, the Nkono and the likes. But you rarely see African players keeping post for the likes of Real Madrid, the Chelsea's. Of course, Mendy is now doing that. What's the challenge? What's stopping us from, just as we are producing great players, why are we not producing players who will command first team roles in basically all the top 10 clubs in the world?
I mentioned in my earlier submission about how the goalkeeping department is a specialized department.
Yeah.
And you need specialists to be able to do that. If you look at in other jurisdictions, they have consciously and deliberately invested time and energy and funds into the goalkeeping department, making it autonomous. So you have special vision. You must train your goalkeeper according to the vision of your team. Now, you look at scouting. You scout your goalkeepers according to your vision. Identifying the talent is very important. You identify them at a particular age level, then you begin to develop them accordingly. And with time, they grow up and they become very much accustomed to that department. It's a conscious effort, and everyone or every FE or every MA must make, or every club must make that deliberate and conscious effort to invest in that particular department, that is goalkeeping department. Then you will get it right. For which reason, if you look at the likes of the team that you just mentioned from the academy level, goalkeepers are trained systematically. Goalkeepers are integrated into the main training sessions to play with their feet. So if you observe, great passers, goalkeepers are great passers of the ball because they do understand the controlling and passing. Then when it comes to goalkeeping specifics, then you deal with the specific attributes, the physical attributes, and the technical attributes. And these are all specialized areas which must be tackled consciously. And you must have a vision to be able to do this. And it doesn't just lie in the hands of the goalkeepers to do that, but you need to have specialist goalkeepers technicians. I'm talking of goalkeepers trainers. I'm talking of goalkeepers coaches. You must be a specialist to be able to handle that department consciously. So that is why, it is for which reason that outside European clubs have better goalkeepers, because they have invested consciously into that department and have paid attention to the special demands of that goalkeeping department.
So you're saying it's more or less like African nations need to make a conscious effort at producing world-class goalkeepers.
Absolutely. And making goalkeeping an integral part, making goalkeeping an autonomous department who have a vision, not devoid or not separate from the vision of the MA itself. So conscious efforts are made to develop the goalkeepers according to the vision. It involves a lot of technical abilities, and in skill build-up, we are talking of the technical qualities. We are talking of, the psychological aspect, mental toughness, and all those kind of things. But it comes first and foremost with your technique. Technique is very, very important. Controlling and passing. Controlling and passing. And these are the things that are very, very, very necessary when it comes to playing the game. And controlling and passing with the feet, controlling and passing with the hands and the whole of the body.
So now we have the likes of Gomez at Rennes, we have Onana, who is doing quite well at Ajax until his unfortunate incident.
But in their situation, you see that they find themselves in another jurisdiction who have already had the structures in place. The facilities are there. They have everything there that will take care of the needs of the goalkeeper. So you see a goalkeeping department which has a goalkeeping director. Yes.
Yeah.
The head of the goalkeeping department. You have the trainers, goalkeepers trainers on the pitch. You have the goalkeepers trainer who is focusing on how the goalkeeper is dealing with high and long crosses. Sorting out their feet, judgment, high and long crosses. You have because in goalkeeping, you are talking about defending and attacking. How do you defend corner kicks against you on the left and on the right? How do you defend free kicks against you, depending on the distance from the goal? These are all part of goalkeeping. How many players you need in the world? And when it comes to attacking free kicks, attacking corner kicks, I'll give you just a recent example of Liverpool.
Yeah, Alisson.
Alisson, who is the catalyst as far as their qualification in Champions
of course.
Football is concerned. It's all as a result of the effort of one individual, and that is Alisson. He left his goal area just about some seconds to the end of the last kick of the game, attacking corner kick. He came, and it was he as an individual who had to convert. So what does that tell you? It tells you, one, you need courage to be able to do that. You need confidence to be able to do that. And above all, you need the quality, the technical ability to be able to execute. So this makes him complete.
Someone was saying that of course, that's not the first time a goalkeeper has scored a goal, but due to the evolution of the game, now it's going to add another role to the goalkeepers, where goalkeepers will now be relied upon in the later part of the game, especially when their teams are trailing, to go up there and try to score goals for their team.
I tell you, it is not part of the roles of the goalkeeper.
Sure.
No. You need to look at the quality of your goalkeeper, the situation that demands that the goalkeeper go up there. Is he able to execute? It is not one of our roles. It is a rare, what do you call it, responsibility, which is taken by the individual goalkeeper.
Okay.
But he needs the permission of teammates. He needs the confidence of teammates. He needs the permission of technical teams. He needs the confidence of the technical team. But in a situation where he goes up and is not able to convert, and there's a counter attack, and the goal is scored against him, he is going to be blamed directly. In as much as he can score all the points for converting and going up there to score, he will get the whole blame if a goal is scored against him, because your first and primary role is to prevent the ball from getting into your goal. But going up to score is a secondary responsibility.
So this is going to be my final question on the African goalkeepers. We've produced a lot of goalkeepers on the continent, the likes of Nkono, Antoine Bell, and their likes. If you're pushed to the wall, to name your top 5 African goalkeepers of all time, who would they be?
I tell you, it will be very unfair to do that, because we have generations.
Sure.
And I always believe that every generation, let's take it at least a decade, 10 years, we have goalkeepers who are produced, top-class goalkeepers who are produced generationally. And we must not also forget that football has evolved. Those years you are talking about, the years of the Thomas Nkonos, the Antoine Bells, and I used to have this goalkeeper in Nigeria that I admired so much. When I remember, I will prompt you. He was one of my idols, and I admired him so much. During those days, or those years, the rules were very different. The back pass rule was not that effective. Goalkeepers did not play too much with the feet. Goalkeepers did not need to join the attack to play, because the rules were very different. The speed of the game was different, and many other things have changed. So for which reason, the style of goalkeeping has also changed generationally. So comparatively, those years that you're talking about, the Nkonos and the Antoine Bells, were basically short stoppers. They operated mostly in their goal area. They were champions of keeping the ball out of the goal. So that aspect, you cannot go far away from mentioning the Thomas Nkonos and Antoine Bells. And the question also pops up: why is it that in Cameroon, the Cameroonians, the Senegalese could produce goalkeepers?
They have a rich history of producing.
Don't leave Ghana out. How come they were able to produce the Robert Mensah, the Joseph Cars, the John Bakers of blessed memory? There were some years we had top-notch goalkeepers.
It's true.
You know, so Ghana can't be left out in that equation of having top-class goalkeepers of yesteryears. It is just that we are not able to maintain
that level
of goalkeeping over a period of time, simply because we did not add a lot of value. We did not pay attention. Because if you look at Ghana of yesteryears, goalkeeping, most top goalkeepers came from the Western region. You could see the Northern region.
And you know, Reverend Sekofu has been saying this thing, that if Ghana was a serious country concerned with our goalkeepers' position, by now there would have been some research or some academy set up in the Western region purposely for producing goalkeepers.
Well, that one could be the case. But we need to understand that football has become so scientific.
Sure.
It is the same way, that same argument will also come out. Why is it that some years past we had the best wingers coming from the Western region? When you talk of wing play, the Kofi Abreys, the Asians, and so on and so forth. crosses of the ball, wing play. Yes. So that notwithstanding, I think that in as much as I will agree with him partially that a research will be conducted to find out how come we are able to, unearth such talents. But now football has become so dynamic. It's widespread that you can unearth talents from everywhere and anywhere, every corner in the country. But it's about the consciousness, going around with deliberate effort to unearth those talents, bring them together and give them the necessary and the needed skill to be able to, to develop and grow.
All right, thank you very much. And this is Sports Check, where we are speaking to Abubakar Damba. We've discussed a whole lot of topics about African goalkeeping, world goalkeeping. Our next topic is the Ghana Premier League. And once we come from this break, Sports Check, and my name is Perez Ezwakwa.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Back from the break, we are talking goalkeeping, and Abubakar Damba has been my guest. We are going to talk about the Ghana Premier League. Damba, have you been impressed with the level of goalkeeping seen so far in the Ghana Premier League this season?
I must say to you that with the materials that we have around at our disposal, I couldn't have been any more impressed. Before the league kick-started, the question was posed to me, Asante Kotoko. You have Felix Annan, you have Kwame Ban, you have Danladi. Why Abalora?
Yeah.
Then I told them, this is the best decision, so far as I am concerned, that Kotoko has made.
I kind of disagree. I feel that...
Yes, you can disagree. But I'm saying to you that Kotoko demonstrated beyond all reasonable doubts that the goalkeeping department was such a very important department. In as much as they had Felisana, they had Kwame Ban, who were all national
team materials.
Assets. Danladi, national asset. They still thought it wise and saw it very prudent to bring into the fold and Abalora. And I tell you what, it just proved them right. When Abalora took over the goalkeeping department, the goalkeeping position, he took it over from Felix Annan due to certain reasons that we don't discuss here. Not because Annan was deep in form, not because Annan was not a good goalkeeper. You and I know that Felix Annan, over the period of years, have demonstrated that he's...
For me, he should be our number 2.
Well, that is an opinion. But Abalora came and took over and has been consistent in the goalpost.
Sure.
But in as consistent as he has been, he started becoming complacent and made quite a number of infantile, basic mistakes. And it's not because he's a bad goalkeeper. But I believe very strongly that it is mental fatigue, for which reason he was losing it. So you had to get an equally good replacement immediately to fill into the gap, to keep on the momentum. Felisana was available, Kwame Ban was available. But it must come with a lot of expertise to be able to keep such top-level practicing goalkeepers in one club. Because you need one goalkeeper to perform at a particular time. But what do you do to keep them competitive? What do you do by rotating them to keep them very active and alive? It is also another discussion altogether. It comes with a lot of expertise. But I am saying that the goalkeeping department has been very active this year. I have seen it in Abalora. I have seen it in this Adriana goalkeeper, who has been very, very impressive so far as I'm concerned. I'm talking about the young goalkeeper of Wafa.
Yeah.
He has also very much impressed me. The goalkeeper who just came in this, is it Edie or Rashid, they call him, of Great Olympics.
Yes.
He has also
He's a fantastic guy.
I am telling you, these are goalkeepers who are really proving that given the opportunity and given the right direction, the right training, they will definitely hit the headlines. So goalkeeping has been very competitive. Very, very, very competitive. And if you look at the stats, you look at the performance statistically, you see that yes, a lot of clean sheets. Abalora stands tallest with a lot of clean sheets. You know, but it's not clean sheets which makes you
the best goalie.
But it only tells you that with a clean sheet, you are able to manage and control your defense in terms of leadership. So these are all some of the things that we have to look at. So I think that for me, in terms of goalkeeping, the Ghana Premier League has been outstanding. Goalkeepers have been very, very impressive. But there's a lot of room
for improvement.
What
has impressed me most about them is their effort, their attempt at adapting to what we earlier discussed. So now they no longer hit it long as they used to be. You can clearly see that they are working on passing it short, spotting a chance and kicking the ball. They are not just, kicking the ball in here. And for me, that's impressive. It marks some progress in our Ghana. But when it comes to what you've seen so far, which goalkeeper has stood out for you?
In terms of, playing with the feet, if you look around, spread it around all the goalkeepers. I forgot to mention Danladi, Ibrahim, on loan goalkeeper for
King Faisal.
He has also been an amazing personality. Look at his exploits with the national team, and he has, of course, progressively brought it to bear so far as the league is concerned. Playing with the feet, just as we mentioned, yes, goalkeepers are now making conscious efforts because football has evolved. That is the trend so far as the game is concerned. We want to see the goalkeeper. How functional are you? How are you able to aid your team when they have the ball and they're attacking? And you can only do that by keeping the ball in the team. It adds a lot of confidence to you as an individual player, and it adds a lot of confidence to your team, especially when your goalkeeper is able to distribute, keep the ball in the team in terms of passing. He's able to do, once in a while, do a long ball, a counter-attack, long ball, which might result in goal-scoring opportunities. And I think this is what we are all talking about. You are very right in saying that we have seen a lot of improvement in that aspect of the game. We are now moving away from just being ordinary shot stoppers, just preventing of goals, to also aiding our teams to be able to make the goal-scoring opportunities very, very high by improving upon our passing, controlling, and passing abilities. Being able to be visionary to locate a teammate high up the pitch with a great technical pass. And I think our goalkeepers are doing that, but we need to work consciously and deliberately towards getting them up to the next level, because internationally, goalkeepers are high up there and we need to catch up.
You made mention of Razak Abelora. He's currently our number 2. Per the last games we played, he was the Black Stars number 2. Now, in the last game, he was replaced by Felix Annan. We all admit that there has been a slump in his form. Would that not affect his Black Stars chances?
I'll tell you what, there are 2 scenarios. I just indicated to you that it is not as a result of a dip
in form,
but momentary loss of concentration. It could be as a result of complacency, seeing himself as I'm the number 1, nobody else comes near. But listen, if you are number 1, you need to be reliable, you need to be consistent. And this is the learning curve. So when they make such mistakes, then they mature. It's experience time for them. So he becomes a better person, he becomes a better goalkeeper, for that matter. It mustn't affect his position in the national team. Never. We are talking about building the goalkeepers for the next level. Abalora has been identified and we are in the process of building him up. These singular mistakes should not reflect or affect our quest to building him into becoming a formidable force so far as goalkeeping is concerned at the highest level. It mustn't affect him. The only thing is that we need to work on him. Why is it that he was able to make, or he made such mistakes consistently, about 3 times, making the same mistakes? Why? We need to find out as trainers, as the technical people, as the stakeholders. We need to find out. Somebody should be responsible to do that. Yes. It is our responsibility as technical men and stakeholders. Identify the mistake and make the player better. It is not, the onus does not just lie on him to do so. It is our problem as technical men to make Abalora a better person and a better goalkeeper. But for me, it is a learning curve. You can never, ever be in the goalpost forever without making mistakes. Some mistakes are pardonable. Some mistakes are not pardonable. And some mistakes which are deemed very fundamental, very basic, are unpardonable. And you must be responsible for your mistakes. And that is why Abalora must be responsible for these mistakes. But we don't need to chastise him. If we do so, we will kill his confidence. Do so, we will kill his growth. But at the end of it all, no matter how we pep him up, no matter how we encourage him, no matter how we psych him up, it now relies on him as an individual how to get himself up. It's not how many times you fall, it's about how many times you get up. So now the responsibility lies in the hands of Abba. Wake up to the reality and come back and get working.
Is that a bit of a challenge for the Black Stars coach? Because now at some point we had Olili and Samir J as our top 2 goalkeepers. We've gone from that to Richard Ofori, who I admit is fantastic, but cannot be put on the same level as the great Olili. We have Abalora, who is our second, losing concentration at this crucial stage of the season. If you're a Black Stars coach, would that not be a headache for you that your second goalkeeper is making such errors?
Absolutely. It will be a headache for me. That is the reason why I am the trainer. I am put there to fix the problem, to fix the challenge. That's why I'm there. It will be a headache for me. For which reason, we coaches have what we call the coach-player relationship. You can have an individual or 1v1, one-on-one conversations with your coach, with your goalkeeper, and find out what the challenges are. The challenges could not be coming from on the pitch. He could be bringing challenges or problems off the pitch onto the pitch, which could affect him psychologically. How are you able to deal with such situations? This intermittent loss of concentration should not happen. And there's a brain training to be able to deal with such players who have such challenges.
Do we offer our goalkeepers such, if not just do we offer our players such psychological assistance?
We do.
Okay.
We do. That's why we have psychologists in the teams.
I'm talking about the Ghana Premier League.
The Ghana Premier League, that is why the club licensing says that every club must have a psychologist in the team to be able to deal with the psychology of the players. Absolutely. Because psychology is nearly almost 75 to 80% in the game. Because it is the brain which functions. So we need to have psychologists to be able to look at the psychological aspect of the players, develop the players mentally, and let them put them in the position to be able to deal with such situations when they find themselves in them. That's why the goalkeeper is so important. We are saying that momentary loss of concentration and the team is down. So the goalkeeper should be able to maintain concentration for a longer period of time. And how are you able to do that? We have practical training sessions. Practical training sessions for maintaining concentration for longer periods of time. That is conducted by the goalkeepers trainers.
Okay.
You have it on the pitch and you have it off the pitch. These are things that must be infused into our curriculum for training and our programs for training. And it makes our goalkeepers better and better and better every day.
I think we've had enough of goalkeeping. Let's come to, I think the last time I spoke to you, you said you were the PFAG, or you were training goalkeepers, basically more like an academy purposely for, or a setup purposely for training goalkeepers. how confident are you about the future of Ghana football with respect to the talent in your hands and goalkeepers you've seen elsewhere?
I tell you, let me correct this impression. I was once a goalkeeper. I specialized in goalkeeping, but now I am a coach, a fully fledged coach in general coaching. And if you want to be a very, very good goalkeepers trainer, you must have knowledge in general coaching. You must understand strategy. You must understand tactics. You must understand systems of play. Because football is functional and goalkeepers are an integral part of the game. So I'm saying to you that in as much as I'm a specialist in the goalkeeping department, I juxtapose that against the totality of the game, functional. So I do functional goalkeeping. Apart from dealing with the specific attributes of the goalkeepers, I deal with their functional play as well as team players from the goalkeeping perspective. So with the PFAG, I'm the out of contract trainer for the PFAG, for that matter, and I deal with out of contract players from First Division, Premier Division, and so on and so forth, both male and females. So you'll see that I'm on my training grounds now. This is the Wembley AstroTurf. This is where I do my out of contract training, and it is not just goalkeepers. Outfield players are here, and I deal with 30, 40 outfield players. Sometimes I can have 10, 15 goalkeepers. So I do a combination of both, because there are certain times I need to see the goalkeepers play functionally. How do they build up from the back, with the back line? How will they do the build up, doing the long ball to locate a striker up front? Where do they put the ball, depending on the situation? So this is what I do here. So I do complete academic training here.
So how do you prepare them for penalties? Is it that, you just wake up or it's scientific where you train them that, okay, if a player takes a step with the right, you have to dive this way. If he takes with the left, what goes into it as a coach?
I do penalty training nearly almost about 3 or 4 times in a week. I do penalty training, not just for my goalkeepers, for the outfield players as well. One, penalty comes one, you must have a lot of confidence. That is one. But if I'm going to zero it down to only my goalkeepers, I always teach my goalkeepers in terms of penalties, you react to the situation and not anticipate. Because if you're going to rely on anticipation, you always get it wrong. But react to the situation.
That's a difficult task.
Come again?
That's a difficult task.
That is why we are goalkeepers. You have to react to the situation. And your reaction must be quick and very fast.
Charlie.
That is why you are goalkeepers. Yes.
And
these ones, because it is a verbal thing, if it was practical, then I would demonstrate to you the position of the goalkeeper, the body posture of the goalkeeper, and you look at the feet, which must always be shoulder width apart to allow for you to either collapse or do a takeoff without adjusting the feet. And these are all taught, and they are practical experiences that goalkeepers must have and must be taught. Because the goalkeeper, you must be very explosive. Very, very explosive. Now, I tell you, there are certain players who will look at one direction and hit the ball as hard as they can. If the goalkeeper dives to that direction and you get it right, you must have a very strong hand to bring the ball out of the goal.
Sure.
To prevent the ball from crossing the goal line, you must have a strong hand to be able to do that. And you must dive across the ball. So these are all technical abilities which must be taught. It must be taught over and over and over again. But it doesn't come that easy.
So now to your very self, you kept for the Black Stars. What's your biggest moment as a Black Stars goalie?
I will tell you my biggest moment, and will always continue to be my biggest moment. And as much as people will see the negative aspect of it, me as the one who was involved, and I'm referring to Ghana, Algeria, our second leg against Algeria, that was in 1993, a World Cup qualifying game. And if we had qualified to the World Cup 1994, the 1994 World Cup in the US of A, I would have been one of the goalkeepers who have qualified Ghana the first time to the World Cup. So that meant a lot to me. That was the time which made me and unmade me. It was the time I was in my elements as a goalkeeper. It was the time I would have sold whatever I had in me in goalkeeping to the whole world by taking Ghana to the World Cup. And it was in that particular game that I crumbled. But it is another ball game altogether. But it gave me a lot of experience going forward.
When you say crumbled, what happened?
You know, after that game, for your interest and for the interest of your viewers, Black Stars was in camp in France, in Marseille, prepared for the game against Algeria. And whilst we were in France, most of the clubs were in our training grounds. And I'll tell you, I was one of the hottest kicks that club was looking for, especially PSG.
Okay.
Yes, I was on the radar. They followed the Black Stars to Algeria to watch the game. I was going to be given an opportunity to play. That is why I said I crumbled. And it was one of the worst performances in my career, the whole of my life. But that was a life-changing moment. Life-changing moment. And anytime I remember it and I talk about it, in as much as I know I will use the experiences for the up-and-coming ones, I just can see what it did to me as an individual, my family, and my admirers. But more importantly, my country. What can we say about that? It is past and gone. That's why I said to you, I crumbled. It would have been a changing point, a turning point in my life.
Do you sometimes feel that you let the country down in that particular?
I just don't feel that I let the country down. I let myself down. And I tell you what, I wish at that time anybody could put him or herself in my shoes. Things of this nature, if you are not strong and you don't have people around you, you can commit suicide. It can lead you to commit suicide. If here.
Is this something that you thought of?
I never thought about it because I had very good people around me. Because I could not fancy it. I couldn't fancy it. I couldn't believe it. I thought I was on top of the world. And the next moment, I was underneath there. And everybody was pointing fingers at Damba. It is Damba. It is the fault of Damba. It is Damba. Jeez. The whole country pointed fingers at me. My teammates pointed fingers at me. My friends pointed fingers at me. At the end of it all, it was left with who? Damba. How did Damba handle it? How did Damba deal with it? But I thank God I'm still alive. I thank God I can teach it. My personal experience to the up and coming ones, because I felt it. I was in it. I felt it. Before, during, and after the situation. So I think it's well and good because it's a learning process.
Sure.
I am now in another at another level where I can teach, I can impact. So I think it has taught me a huge lesson that I think I don't regret.
That's some lesson for young players coming up. My very last question is about, you're obviously a great goalkeeper, but who was that idol that inspired you?
I'll tell you, coming up, growing up, the only goalkeeper that I knew, excuse me, and the name kept ringing bells in my ears, was Thomas Nkono of Cameroon. as young as I was. Just that I did not adopt the name Thomas Nkono. I grew up, went into the Premiership Division, and I was so privileged to have one of Ghana's top goalkeepers in the person of John Baker of 11 Wise fame, the Black Stars fame. They brought him to join me in RTU those days, and he was my trainer. He was my mentor. He did everything for me to bring me up. And honestly, I took over from him. And that is where it propelled me. And coming into the Black Star proper, I had the opportunity to travel with the national team to Cameroon to play in one of our qualifying games. I cannot remember whether it was Cup of Nations qualifier or World Cup qualifier, but it was a qualifying game. And we went there to play the second leg. It was a drawn game. We played a draw game in Cameroon. Thomas Nkono was in goal. I had the opportunity to meet him live, to see him live. So the only souvenir I could bring back from Yaoundé was a very big picture frame, a frame of Thomas Nkono in action that I was able to purchase. I brought it back to Ghana, and it was, you know where I hung it? Right on top of my bed. If I slept and woke up, the first thing I saw was the picture of Thomas Nkono. He inspired me so much. I admired him so much. But I did not play like Thomas Nkono.
You carved your own path.
His style of play was different from my style of play. Why? Because the trainer who took care of me so far as development was concerned, that is John Baker. That's why I played like John Baker. But I admired Thomas Nkono.
Well, you know, that's an interesting story of a young boy growing up to meet his idol. And you heard him mention Second 11. That is a club I support. And if you know the history of Akabile Mieza and 11 Wise, you understand why I support Second 11 Wise. So it has been Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwao. Yapon.
Underhand dealings, and all these things lead to loss of revenues to government. So I agree with you that we have to ensure that the status of these tax exemptions are not transferable. We also have to make sure that the post-audit of companies that are granted some of these exemptions are properly audited to ensure that they follow through the rules as was exempted by government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's an area that I want you to take a look at when you get the nod. I was just checking on Bloomberg Ghana, and SIGA, under its leadership, Honorable Asamoah Boateng, is listing some companies: Ghana Gas, Gasem, Top, that's Chifu Oil Palm Plantation, Tema Development Corporation, Ghana Rubber, and a few other companies that government wants to list some of them on the Ghana Stock Exchange. It's something that has been on our books for some time. What is your take on listing some of the state-owned entities, and how do you want Ghanaians to participate in those listings?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Companies that are listed on the stock exchange, it's a process to recapitalize some of these businesses. And when you allow other individuals to participate, you kind of spread the risk from government being the owner to other people becoming shareholders, which also help to improve on its efficiency and performance. So instead of government maybe going to look for money in order to borrow or tax the people to invest, it is a good idea to list such companies on the stock exchange and encourage private participation in the management of those companies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, that leads me to my last question. If you drive on the Malam Kaswa Road, you find a very huge billboard to your right. I think Wager Junction. Are you a co-founder of a church?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my wife is an apostle of Disciples of Christ Ministry, so I am official Asafu Papa.
I'm asking if you are a co-founder.
Didn't hear that part. What is it? Official what?
Asafu Papa, father of the
All
church.
right, father of the church.
Yes, Mr.
Asafu Mame, Asafu Papa.
Yes, the opposite of Asafu Mame is Asafu Papa.
Really? It's not on your CV.
Mr. Chairman, it is at I think the last page, or not written as Asafu Papa, but as the board chairman for the church and the legal advisor.
You proceed, we will come to that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Chairman, there's a school of thought that says that the church must be taxed. A lot of churches are into all sorts of businesses. What is your take on that? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know when we say tax, what we really mean. We have to define it clearly, so because there's freedom of religion and how we have to manage religious activities. Elsewhere, they have the charity acts. And then in Ghana, I think there's a bill that is for non-profit organizations that is still under consideration. I think we have to look at it in that perspective for institutions like charities, like churches and mosques and different non-governmental organizations. They have to be handled in that regard. But if a church has a school...
Excuse me, Chairman. Okay. Chairman, under the Companies Act, companies that are set up, Mr. Kumar, for non-profit making purposes, it's regulated by the Companies Code. And also, the Incorporated Private Partnership Act also has provisions for that. So there are clear rules or laws governing those entities. So yes. That one is settled by law. So having charities and what have you pertains in the UK, where they have the Charities Commission and what have you. I'm aware. But I want to find out from you, being an Asafu Papa or Asafu Papa, whether churches ought to be taxed.
No, Mr. Chairman, are we going to tax the collection or the tithe? That clearly cannot.
Chairman, I asked you, I said, some of the churches are engaged in a lot of...
So I was coming there.
Very well.
So Mr. Chairman, if a church engages in a profitable venture, that must be taxed. And I believe that every church, whether you are building a school or you're building a business, you have to go through the tax process. It's already provided in law, and they are already taxed. The only thing that is not taxed about a church is their collection or tithe. And I don't know if that's what people want us to tax. That one, we cannot tax it. So if a church or a mosque has an interest in a school or a business, it is definitely subjected to the laws of the land and all the tax obligations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Fortunately, you are a lawyer and a business administrator. The reason donations and things to the churches are not taxed is because after taking out the cost of operating the church, including salaries, the rest are for charity, nothing more. Is that the case that indeed in this country, the church's revenue are used for charity? If we were to follow all their books, would we see that the expenditure of the church, apart from salaries and maintaining church projects and things, are for charity? If not, then you're going to the Ministry of Finance. I think it's an avenue. For the show-off we're seeing, some of the churches, touting how much money and the number of vehicles they have. If they have no other business for which they are paying taxes, the appropriate thing is to look at how much excess, how much money is left behind to them so that they can live such extravagantly. And if they are not used for charity, then the appropriate thing is to be taxed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you'll be surprised that when you audit the books of these churches, sometimes they are even in negative. The fact that a pastor may be driving a car could be a gift, and he's supposed to pay gift tax on that. If he's gifted a house, he's supposed to pay gift tax on that. So we must not maybe conclude hastily that the fact that some few churches, leaders maybe tend to show extravagant lifestyle means that maybe all churches are doing well. When you go into their books, it may not reflect so. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Very well, I'm not concluding or even hastily at all. All I'm saying is that for each case, we must look at what are your income. If there's a sufficient evidence to suppose that there's extra income not used for charity.
Thank you very much. I agree with you, Mr. Chairman.
That's a suggestion too. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Chair, I have only one question for my brother, the Honorable Dr. John Kuma. We've come a long way. Honorable Kuma.
Sir, is it the distance from Sandover?
From Sandover to
Ejisu.
Mr. Chairman, he was one of the lead lawyers on campus when I was a student, Honorable Agaga.
Honorable Kuma. Oh, Mr. Chairman, the Honorable OB is calling me so-called Lord, properly so-called. 2 days ago, the President launched a national security strategy for our country. And one of the highlights of the strategy is the need for us to establish a security fund to, as it were, make the issue of a lack of funding for the retooling of our security agencies a thing of the past. Now, as you head to the Ministry of Finance, would you give this committee your commitment that once you arrive there, you partner with the likes of Honorable Abena Osari to advise the Honorable Minister to implement the establishment or see to the establishment of the fund as a matter of urgency, given the emerging threats that we're faced with? Our security agencies need to be ready for any eventuality. The other day, 130 people were massacred in neighboring Burkina Faso at the hands of terrorists. That is a neighboring country. So, Honorable Kuma, can you give us your commitment? I wish you well.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I give you my firm assurance. I'm going to work with my Honorable Minister and my sister, Abena, and to make sure that the vision of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo in keeping security of our state is maintained. We are going to work hard to achieve that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Nilante.
Mr. Chairman, permit me to congratulate my junior brother. We went to the same basic school, Sunyani Rapi Preparatory School, and I'm happy that he's following the footsteps of some of the illustrious children of that school in the country.
Thank you, Senior.
Oh, like the late Deborah and the rest. Mr. Chairman, my concern is about the informal sector. Continually, we've talked about expanding the tax net, Almost it's become like the chorus and the refrain. I am a member of parliament for a high commercial area. And I see the sort of business being done around. What measures do you think we can put in place to encourage those people within the informal sector to feel so happy, not to see it as an oppressive tool, but a responsibility and a patriotic duty to want to pay tax?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the idea of efficient revenue mobilization for our country is critical, especially for our development financing. And the statistics shows that 90% of our working population are in the informal sector. So if you don't have an effective way of collecting taxes in the informal sector, then you are losing a lot in terms of efficient revenue mobilization. So I perfectly Minister, there is a new program coming called the RACE, Revenue Assurance, Compliance and Enforcement. And these are some of the key innovative ideas that are coming up for us to be able to take more from the informal sector for our national development. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Put that on. It's fine. It's fine. Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Honorable Nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Amen. Fire. Precisely. Tell us your views on medium-term funding for the free SHS. How do you propose financial sustainability for such
the rich or the poor? You should have access to quality education in our country. The fears many have expressed has been the sustenance on the financing of the free SHS program. Mr. Chairman, I think it is tied to our oil revenues. I'm not sure it's bonds. The bonds has to do with the GET fund loans that the government took and how they could raise certain money ahead of the revenues to be able to deal with infrastructural difficulties. But the free SHS payments or its financing, as far as I'm concerned, is more to do with the oil revenues that we have. And I think it is fair for us to use our oil revenues to invest into the future of our country, which in future, the resources and capacity that we build for this country in human resources can always replace the oil, assuming we exhaust it. So I think we must all support the free SHS and anchor it on our oil revenues. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Does the law allow a total submission, or what word do I use? Does the law allow that's the free SHS will be funded by oil revenues?
Mr. Chairman, I should think think so. I haven't seen any provision in our laws that prevent government from applying it's not
whether they're not politically selective.
Because in one of the communities in my constituency, when I visited the people, they showed me where you were born. But it appears what we have here is different from what they told me.
show that you were born in the village. So when my parents did my birth cert, they did it in Kumasi. And so it stated on my birth certificate that I was born in Kumasi. So that is why it reflects Kumasi and not the village in the constituency. But I'm happy to have been born there.
Here is Odaho.
Yes. Odaho is where my mother come from.
But where were you born? Let's correct it here.
The born, Mr. Chairman, is so. Mr. Chairman, is Motopnesu near Sankore. Near Sankore. Mr. Chairman, you will not find Motopnesu in the Google, so maybe Sankore will be the nearest.
Eric, kindly assist the Secretariat to get the correction the spelling correct for
Yes.
the record, right?
Mr. Chairman, I ask this question because the people there are also happy
Yes.
that by God's grace, they've also produced somebody who has become who is becoming Deputy Finance Minister of Ghana.
Yes.
And so that must reflect in the records.
That is true.
Now, my substantive question. Honorable nominee, PIAC, Public Interest and Accountability Committee, established by Act 815, had the mandate to monitor and evaluate the management of petroleum resources in this country.
Okay.
2020, they have issued their report from January to June 2020. In the report, when you read under the executive summary, point number 8, they have made a serious observation about Ministry of Finance in respect of accountability. And I would like to read for you to have a better appreciation of the point I want to raise. It reads, for the 4th time, the Ministry of Finance failed to provide ABFA utilization data for the compilation of PIAC reports. Yes. What did you say? PIAC, yes. You can call it PIAC or whatever. It's PIAC. PIAC. Okay. This makes it difficult to reconcile disbursements and expenditure and undermines the spirit of accountability as envisaged under the law. This is what the committee is reporting to Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. What do you think has been the reason for the ministry's inability to provide data? Oh, you are not there yet, so you can't speak to it. No, that's what he's saying.
Oh, are you done?
So what do you think is the reason for this?
Well, Mr. Chairman, this question will be difficult to answer now. I will get in touch with the minister when you kindly approve me, and then we'll see how best we are able to work with PIAC to ensure transparency and accountability of our oil revenues. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Chairman, thank you very much once again. Chairman, to where the Honorable Patricia Ajay and ended a question with the nominee and subsequently followed by the Honorable Patrick Buama, I believe the tax exemptions regime is regulated by Article 174 of the Constitution, and tax exemptions that are granted are normally embedded in contracts approved by Parliament. And I should suggest that the Parliament of Ghana itself is as guilty as the opportunity cost of losing money that is meant otherwise as tax revenue forgiven as tax exemption. The Minister for Finance in 2017 announced a tax exemption bill. It has not seen the light of day. Will you assure this committee that you will assist for Ghana to realize the dream? I understand that as a percentage of GDP, it's worrying how much we lose to the grant of tax exemptions. What do you have to say to that? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I take notice of that, and I will assist my minister in working hard on the bill so that we can bring it to Parliament for approval soon.
And Chairman, just there, when I quoted Honorable Patricia Apiaje, you kept using the word, I will translate agric to business. How do you intend to do that? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I started by saying I'm a son of cocoa farmers, and it's been confirmed by Honorable Eric Opoku. Mr. Chairman, growing up, I've seen how agriculture.
Why, you think that there's cocoa in Sankore more than Bekwai, Chairman's concerns?
Mr. Chairman, that is so.
Whose fact? Do I know your output? Anyway, continue, Chairman.
It appears in my village in Ejuso in Onye, almost all the buildings there were built by cocoa farmers. But the youth currently do not see the financial benefits in agriculture. And I think that is a lack, that we have to repackage agriculture and make it more business-like with good returns so that many young people out of school can see an alternative in how they can either start any of these commodities or add value to it and make business out of it.
Chairman, may I refer the nominee fed to him the budget statement and economic policy 2021 financial year. There is this quote there. It breaks my heart. It reads, Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the GRA will intensify audit and institute measures to recover all outstanding debts. All outstanding debts. And Chairman, this is my emphasis. And enforce collections in the extractive industry. A study of the downstream petroleum sector indicates there is still the challenge of underreporting and evasion of taxes by some industry players in the extractive industry. What will you do to assist your minister to recover this?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As I already indicated, there's a new program coming called RACE, Revenue Assurance, Compliance and Enforcement. And I think these are some of the issues that the ministry will be dealing with. And I will be supporting my minister in the implementation of this program to ensure high enforcement and compliance on our revenue mobilization. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
You have an idea how the ESLA bonds will be retired by government? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, currently I don't know. I know that it is still ongoing. Government is still receiving ESLA revenues to defray the liabilities created in the energy sector.
Is it better and prudent management when you borrow against dedicated receivables like ESLA, GET Fund, Ghana Exim? Will you call it prudent management when you borrow against their receivables? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if the cost analysis show positive, yes, it will be prudent. If you are borrowing to pay a more bigger liability and you are going to free your fiscal space now, there's more advantageous to doing so than waiting to receive the revenues in drips, which prevents you from completing certain infrastructure commitments. So I think if the analysis show positive, it will be a good thing to do.
You responded to one of our colleagues on financing of free senior high school. That's my view, and I'm entitled to hold on strongly to it. Take, for instance, yourself or me. We have, assuming you had a child who is in senior high school, that child will enjoy free senior high school. Then you have a watchman or a gardener who is also entitled to free senior high school, just like you in my capacity, very capable of paying for it. You don't think that that's a breeding ground for deepening inequality?
No, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me use my personal life. I was the son of a cocoa farmer. I was entitled to cocoa scholarship. But Mr. Chairman, growing up, ministers and other high-level position-placed individuals' children got the benefits rather than we, the children of cocoa farmers. So once you bring that caveat, it will be the same people who are capable of paying who will end up even getting the benefit of the free education, and the poor person who doesn't know the person in charge or the minister or the administrator will end up having to go and pay fees. To avoid these difficulties, if we think there should be other ways of rich parents contributing to this free SHS, I'll be happy we look at it, but not touching what the arrangement is now.
So you are very convinced by any economic assessment and evaluation of it, it is not one for which we can attribute inequality to. Is that your position?
No, Mr. Chairman, this is ensuring equality. Inequality happens when the children of the poor suffer. But in the current arrangement, it is benefiting the children of the poor and children of the rich, and I am for that.
You have stated taxation, so is this concept progressive or regressive?
Mr. Chairman, in this regard, since it's not directly taxation, it will be difficult to apply it. But that is why I'm saying...
That's appreciated. So,
Okay,
for instance, you have in the budget statement the cost of government flagship programs.
Okay.
You have 1.9 billion for free senior high school. Then you have water and sanitation, 90 million. Then you have Zongo development, 83 million. And you, in an answer to the Honorable Ejari, you are saying that the money is spent on infrastructure. Is it the case that all this 1.9 billion goes to infrastructure for free senior high school? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, the infrastructure referral was to get fund bonds and how we were raising loans to quickly deal with infrastructure. But the budgetary allocation here is going into the free SHS program in terms of tuition, reading materials, and many other things.
Is it right to position Ghana as a debt-distressed country?
Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't say so, but we may be close to that, but we are not yet debt distressed. As long as we are meeting our debt obligations on time and we have not so far faltered on any payments.
You want to take your phone and give an observation to this committee. Bloomberg, what do they report for the foreign exchange standing of Ghana today compared to the other foreign currencies? You want to use your phone probably with the chairman's permission. I just want you to go to Bloomberg and share the exchange regime with us.
Mr. Chairman, for the CD. Okay.
CD to the pound, CD to the dollar, CD to the euro for my purpose.
Okay.
Or for the committee's purpose.
Ghana CD spot rate. Mr. Chairman, is that what we are looking for? Okay.
Now, you know how economists. You learned your doctor of
I wanted to be specific. We have it at 5.8182 today.
5.8 to the dollar?
To the dollar.
Yes. And then to the euro?
To the euro. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm not getting the Euro link.
If you got Bloomberg straightforward, you should just have the Forex regime in one table where they will tell you the amount.
Okay.
Because, Chairman, I needed him to provide that so that I'll make a commentary on the debt distress and particularly what it means as interest service costs. Because the Minister of Finance, your minister and the Honorable Abinai and Co, the argument today is that who borrowed more? They have provided a table between President Mills, President J. Kufuor. But I wanted you to share this data, so I will insist on it. Now, compare what you have. If you have dollar to cedi as against euro, the pound sterling, and then the dollar, 2021, compare it to what was the case in December 2016. Now, you see the curve going up because the interest service on costs naturally will go up.
Yes.
That is why you must be concerned about sustainability of debt. And the very rigidities that you are seeking to correct is taken away by the erosion of a poor performing cedi against those exchange rate. But Chairman, the nominee is a gentleman of our committee. Since he has refused to share the data on his phone, because I know he has the data on his phone, I want to leave it there. But I just wanted you to provide a graphical table that will make a comparison between the two, so that your ministry should move away from just using nominal rises in percentages. How much you are spending today, and I hope that Chairman indulges me, is to go to the appendix on the budget. And so, since you are going to Finance Ministry, I assume that I don't know the appendix. How much will be spent on interest servicing for 2021?
35 billion.
Cedis or dollars?
35 billion cedis.
All right. You know the debt as in US dollars?
Yes.
And the debt as segregated between domestic debt and interest. Share that with us, Chairman, and I end it there. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, let me get a summary of it. So, Mr. Chairman, our public debt as at December 2020 stood at 291 billion, which translates as $50.83 billion. And the external debt component as of December 2020 was 141.7968 billion. And cedis, and the dollar is 24.7 billion dollars.
Which of the administrations? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you need to go into the debt structure to be able to know who is paying more. Because for every debt that we borrow, especially with the, let's even use the Euro bond that we issue, we got the highest interest rate in 2015 and 2016 at almost 10.9%, even with the IMF partial guarantee. But currently, the last one we borrowed was about 8% or 7%. So that is why sometimes the ministry will have to do debt reprofiling, like you were advising. If you can settle some of the cost of the interest.
So keep it there, Chairman. I didn't intend to ask a further question, but now you've moved yourself to debt reprofiling. When you go and issue 0% on a coupon on a Euro bond, does that amount to a postponement of what you ought to have been paying now or today?
Yes, please. If you use it to settle current obligations, that was higher in terms of cost.
So it's only a matter of postponing the burden. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's the essence of reprofiling. You're only extending your obligations and reducing your interest rate.
Very well. Thank you for attending upon the committee.
Thank you.
Your own committee. You're discharged for now.
Thank you. What a friend.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Transportation is the lifeline of a lot of activities wherever you go in this world. And as of now, transport fares in the country have seen a 13% rise. The authority that increased the fare says this was done to reflect the increment in fuel prices as well. Today, GhanaWeb visits Kwame Nkrumah Circle here in Accra to interact with some passengers on how they are reacting to the new fares.
Fani dia masa ya hochiri yan fani ye too much se na ana station ya no so no omo de obi apɛ na oje minimu de aban de baaye aban ya ma TV so emeka nkyere se DBR TV fo na nkasa company fo ni PC no omo ma TV so ana radio so metena ho se aha ekɔ ha ayesin aha ekɔ ha yesin we mu omo gu station omo na omo print omo fe o ti asiye se ka 13% ya eyesen wujina ho eyesen entu omo mra TV so no omo meka nkyere yen se eyesen and I say ye sing. Why? The Mongo country on my
the mechanism there. The mechanism there, that's in Yango Pama, Madame Bajuma, many Jumaya, many of the Tram North Ferma Goofy, and Quanam de Mindian Nebo, the Edelam said, not for the Edelamatum. We made them not for the Cosina Abatumtino. One point said, man, I'll buy an hour, and ever cost one more when you are between our Falcon. Not for the Cosina here, I ain't enough for Sa, could see as well. Edela not for the Ombatum. O man, the Edimison Conechi. Do you that a man bedding? Because I don't know one city, don't come here and say one city. Yes, I'm to some family, but I couldn't him. Into no man, the Edela, I couldn't never couldn't him there. Now I never know to Moon, I couldn't near my to Moon, so couldn't him, but then I make up one.
Actually, it's just really bad. Yesterday when I went to school, then I realized there was some increments in the glory fares, and I mean, you are constrained with the limited budget you have, and then they increase it. I mean, not for only me, but for others who are kind of not really that kind of wealthy, and they have just little amounts on themselves. And they realize that they have increased the amount to some huge something they can't even afford it. It's kind of affect them also very badly. Yeah, I think that's
dance my number. But I mean, na person, na 260. But I say about 290. There's a cut 10 pesos. Now 360. And so maybe say you know them fancy should be 360 answer. And I'm a tin man buy. A one day a cost room. Then so if you say Yamin Kwani, Jimmy Santino, Miss Minias in the American. I say any son as a Miss Mitria, and to me by a son Jimmy.
I have free on a 2 city, over 2 city, a family 30 pesos. You can't almost say you have to 2 petrol, means yes, with their fan and normal. Since a band, they said that any man back off from now, yet me active fairness on my end. Say, buy and touch it, so. Upon so as I suit your lot of fame.
Oh, no, my lot of family there. So, I need to Ghana there, they are better to know me. You to know my ultimate because so far as I update, I'm on the Ubetia. Because of Coconto Quasawara, because you have too many at two. Me, I am a buyer for me, Cocolegono, and I say, Betna at Tumota Kemba, Seki and Muse, Yadibiaka. Into what I said, back home. You have too many there, so and you don't need to fight. We are there, Ubetia, because also better petrol. Now, problem is a Teswa, ya and Tesonaka. And so far as I have too many there, and no mamma will be as soon to why, and tell me who is a problem be any.
It's a big challenge, seriously. Everybody is talking about it, you know. Myself, you know, if like you are using 20 cities in and out to your destination, right now you have to add more than half to it. So it's a challenge, but we will go through it. It hasn't been so fair because from my place, like Pantan Village to Oyarefa, it's been 50 pesos in addition, which is not so fine. So to me, I wasn't expecting it this much. So it's a challenge.
And you say, you have to buy Yamu, Ninian, Yamin, say, yeah, the initial come from a day I bet you free a friend is saying a taxi run. A buy to see 2 cities 50 pesos. Now come 180, 70 pesos. By initially, I bet you. Yes, that's all. I buy no more than 2 and here. Obi one money 70 pesos, not the pesos. Now you only need for the problem. Yes, that's it. On baby, we have
Oh, that position is too bad because as I'm now, I'm sitting in Sawam. Before they are taking the transitions, 6 cedi. Now it's 7 cedi, 50 pesos. It's too bad. It's too bad. Because Arsenal, whenever you come, it's so hard. People are here. We are not. There's no job at now. So before, if you even get even though we buy like 5 cedi, what do you call it? 50 Ghana. You take transaction in and out. You calculate it from today, tomorrow. You will come back again. So if you didn't get any amount of 100 Ghana, or the job is no good. So it's too much. It's too much. Even though you're supposed to put like 50% on it, but now how they are putting 50% on it, it's too much. So you have to talk. You have to make something on it. So we can do how. So this evening I'll put chop money into in my home. You get me right? Yeah. So they have to do something on it.
Well, the price increment has had somewhat a mixed reaction from passengers, while some people think that it is okay. Others are also of the opinion that the price increment is way too much. My name is Desmond from Pond, and I'm reporting for GhanaWeb.
Hi guys, good afternoon. My name is Babatunde Adeola Kende, and I was speaking to a very, very talented comedian, somebody I know very well. He's a very, very good friend. Somebody who has, he has been able to get a grasp of comedy in Ghana. He's a talent. His stage name is Okukubioko, but his real name is Nana Osei Bonsu. Nana. So which one should I call you? Nana or say?
I think
which of them?
You should call me the one that is making money for me, which is Okokobioko. And I nowadays I try not to introduce myself as a comedian anymore because I think the event MCing has taken over.
Yeah,
from the whole comedy.
Okay.
Because basically in Ghana, comedy is still picking up.
Okay.
Yeah, but we are still in it. But for now, what is really pushing the name out there is event MCing.
Anyways, we'll come to that conversation.
Okay.
But let me know. I know your mom is Ghanaian, right?
No,
or your dad is
turning
Ghanaian.
it upside down.
Your dad is Ghanaian.
My dad is Ghanaian, my mom is
and
Nigerian.
Your mom is Nigerian.
Yeah.
You grew up where?
Nigeria, Lagos to be precise.
Where in Lagos?
I grew up at 2 different places. So I was born in Agboju, precisely Iyasoko Street. Opposite Casco, adjacent Moredayo. I remember that place very well. Yeah, so that was where I was born. Serious Face Me, I Face You compound. You know Face Me, I Face You. I had about 30-something neighbors, and each of them get like 5 children. So like that, the compound be like community.
Attract various investment into their various areas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, this one is not directly a question to the Honorable Befi, but I thought that all of us failed. And we failed in the sense that toothpick, Abba, Ghana, toothpick. So we can't just get a Ghanaian, set him up under either 1D, 1F or free zones to produce toothpick for purpose of export. What do you have to say to that? And do you share my recommendation that let somebody float the idea tomorrow? Let any Ghanaian come up with a concept to take us out of... Yes, that's why I say I share the blame. I didn't rule myself out. I know I initiated something with them where I share the blame. I didn't say that the same. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I seriously understand your situation, and I believe that it is high time we get an investor, either a local investor or foreign investor, to undertake that project. And let's see, we are there to help in attracting good investment, and I'm sure we'll be able to do that, to bring someone to do that job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. When you inherited the free zones as chief executive, what was the total number of employees at the Free Zones Authority, total?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have the statistics of head, but it should not be more than 120.
No, I'm aware that from the Committee of Trade and Industry, you inherited some employee around 80. Is it a case from committee report that I have that you have ballooned the number to 180? Just you've doubled the number, and that has implications on productivity. Is that the case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the different level of employees were working at the Ghana Free Zones Authority. Some of them were on contract, and others were working as permanent staff. So I cannot tell exactly how many of them were.
I'm not interested in contract staff. I just want you to know, you see, it has implications on productivity and the use of the taxpayers' money. You came in at the you came in as CEO. You inherited from Kojo, who had done pretty well for the development of the export sector of our country in terms of promoting free zones, enclave free zones, entities for purposes of export. I'm saying you came in when they were 80, and you've ballooned the number to over 150. Is that the case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the Ghana Free Zones Authority, before I assumed office as the CEO, was operating as like in quotes, like a cult, like it was so enclosed. And
so you expanded
No. And so working within the sub-region, because I was a member of the African Free
Chairman,
Zones.
my question,
I just wanted to just
explain.
Okay,
I'll be patient.
That kindly answer first, then you can offer your explanation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did the employee strength increase under you from 80 to 120, 150, whatever? Then you can offer your explanation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The board took a decision together that we employ some people. And I cannot tell exactly how many people, as I sit here, unless I get the statistics, but I share with what the honorable leader is talking about. But I can explain that, yes, because we were operating a different model. We wanted to expand the operations of the authority, because over the years, a lot of people were working there who were working and they were not having roles to play. So we decided to hire a consultant, to help us open up the business. And that's the main reason why the board took that decision to expand its operations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I know for a fact, and I say I'm member of parliament, I read annual reports of free zones because I have served in the previous role. I'm interested in what you do. I'm simply saying on authority, and Chairman, I'm requesting that he furnishes the committee with that detail. But if you provide it now, it's easier. I'm saying when you inherited the free zones, Honorable Befi, it could have been that you wanted to address unemployment. I'm saying that Koyochi Mbuafo, who pretty well contributed in expanding the frontiers of free zones and attracting foreign direct investment into the country for increased participation of foreigners and Ghanaians in it, had a working population of around 80 persons. You have increased it to over 150. Is that a statement of fact? Thank you very much. That's
Thank you
enough.
very much. It's a
you
fact,
expanded it, and
yeah.
I've helped you. I said you are seeking to address unemployment, but for our purposes, it has implications on productivity. Work which can be done by 2-3 people ought not to be done by 10 or 15 persons. So just take note of that. Chairman, my other question is, under the Free Zone Act and under the Free Zones Regulation, is there anything like provisional licenses?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is something like provisional license. Provisional license is not the actual license. It is only given when we just do a scan of the business and we are sure that the person is serious and ready.
Did you award? I see a member of your board, the Honorable Whip, Honorable Anadampe. Did you issue provisional licenses to 1 or 2 entities?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, because
Do you remember issuing a provisional license to Greenhouse?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I could name more, but keep it there for our purpose. So, Chairman, the nominee is going to assist the Minister for Trade and Industry, the Honorable Alan Chirmanting, and that's a high end there. And I just pray the other will be more of commentary. One, the importation of sugar is worrying in our country. We spend over 1 billion in rice importation and a colossal more than 300 million US dollars in bringing in sugar. Any ideas what you intend to do about it? Thank you, Chairman. To assist your minister to improve and lower the import of sugar and rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I guess the ministry has taken steps in trying to get a strategic investor to undertake the project in Commander. I'm talking about the Commander Sugar Factory. So far, everything's on course. My able minister is working so hard for us to make sure that everything is done so that the new strategic investor can take over. What is more?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Commander, as I read it, I disagree with this administration. What the Honorable Alan Chirmanting has done to value it and want to sell the assets, I think that is wrong. Whatever Pricewaterhouse has done, we need to relook at it. As I recall that Commander Sugar Factory was financed by the Indian Exim Bank. The procurement process was undertaken by the Indian authorities and shortlisted companies for our purpose in Ghana. I just read a former deputy minister announced a 24 million additional credit. This credit was announced by John Dramani Mahama, then President of the Republic, when he was commissioning Commander. But when you go there, I know you will be assisting Alan. His weight is high, so you have to be very sober and very patient to learn on the job. Other than that, when his kingdom becomes, you won't be able to fight my friend, the Honorable Asibe. So, Chairman, the nominee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure you are aware the Free Zone Act has been in operation for more than 2 decades. And there has been some argument back and forth, whether to amend or not to amend. In your days as the CEO of Free Zones, did it come to you? And what actions did you take, either to amend or otherwise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the Free Zones Act was promulgated in 1995 and it came into force in 1996. Since the promulgation of the law has not seen any amendment, and therefore the Ghana Free Zones, which is a different model of free zones, has become somehow outmoded, because we are the only free zones in the sub-region practicing the 2-tier system of free zones, the enclave system and the single factory system, which means that we need to do more to make the concept relevant. And therefore, we saw it as very important for us to review the act. And as I'm talking to you now, we have done all the necessary arrangement in terms of engaging the stakeholders in the free zones and also getting a consultant to work on it. And my able minister is in the forefront of the amendment. And I guess coming in to support him as the chairman of the board, he's poised through the board and management to amend the act. And I'm sure by next month or latest by the next quarter, it will come to Parliament, to the Committee of Parliament, talking about Trades Committee, for the other things to be done before the plenary can take action.
Honorable nominee, I have witnessed some misunderstanding. Maybe it's a strong expression to use, but that's what it is. Between the free zone, one hand, and then the Minister of Finance, all about revenue and other considerations. Now that your role is changing,
if you are gracious enough and you are granted a nod to become a Deputy Minister of Trade, what have you thought of doing to help in resolving this misunderstanding or limited appreciation of the role of free zone vis-a-vis what the Minister of Finance does?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it has become a problem. I mean, because most of the activities of free zone centered on incentives regime, which is somehow affects revenue for the state. And so we have had problems with the Ministry of Finance for some time now. But the good news is that my minister is on top of issues. He's working hand in hand with the Minister of Finance, and I guess they'll be able to resolve this situation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee, the Continental Free Trade Agreement. I know how passionate you are on matters related to trade and sub-regional trade and other considerations. What is your appreciation of this agreement? And then what can we do as a country to be able to leverage on this agreement, position ourselves to rake in the maximum benefit?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see the African Continental Free Trade Agreement or area as a savior to Africa. Why do I say that? I say that because this is the biggest trade bloc, I mean, worldwide, and therefore I believe that Africans have a very great opportunity to take advantage of this. We are talking about a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion. We are talking about a market size of 1.2 billion. This is the hope for Africa, because now Africa is the only virgin area, I'm talking about virgin market, left in the world. And Africans should be able to take advantage of this concept, not to allow other countries in Asia, in the Americas to come and take opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, this will be my last. Honorable nominee, this is the last one, respectfully. The MBSSI, we are told, is now Ghana Enterprise Agency. Is it just a change of nomenclature? What is really the motivation for this change in name? If you can apprise this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is not just a change of name, but it's also the change in stature and its operation. Because now other things are going to be added to it. We're going to see more of business development. We're going to see more banking. We're going to see more insurance and other regulatory activities. And I believe that it is going to benefit the petty trader and the small, medium enterprises to do good business in Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Zara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Nominee. Chairman, that's my MP. When I go to Koforidua, I reside in his constituency. So today, soft land. Mr. Nominee, what's your ministry's plan to make our Ghanaian companies more competitive within the Africa continental trade area, and whether the ministry has a plan for SMEs for this country in view of the agreement that we've signed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think the coming into force of the new Ghana Enterprises Agency, which used to be NBSSI, has come to bring hope to the micro, small, and medium enterprises in Ghana, because now they are going to see new things in terms of getting them to be so competitive in the area African markets. I'm talking about the small, medium enterprises, because now their operation is changing, and so they have to do more in terms of helping these companies. I'm talking about those involved in such businesses to be competitive through giving them, supporting them with funds, and also building their capacity to be able to do more in this area, in the block. And I think the GEA has come to solve that problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know you're a member, so I'll give you the last one before I come to leadership. Honorable Henry Kote, Regional Minister, I give you the floor.
Honorable nominee, congratulations on your nominations as the Deputy Minister Designate. I attended a program a few weeks ago on the Aplao Road, precisely Ningo Pram Pram, when the B5, I'm told is one of the largest steel manufacturing companies in Africa, was commissioned. And I heard my colleague, Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram Pram, Honorable Sam George, indicate that the company has actually employed a large number of his constituents. Now, when you are giving the nod, would you consider making proposals to your minister? I.e., when we were growing up, we had example in Tema, GTMC, GTP, Tema Text, Juapon Textiles, Akosombo Textiles, all of them, they are gone down. Under the 1D, 1F, would you say it's a fine opportunity for us to revive these companies? Because indeed, when they are revived, they are likely to employ thousands of people, which will also help the job market. Again, chocolates. We all know that Golden Tree is one of the best. Usually when you are traveling, people will tell you, when you are coming, bring me Ghana chocolate. What is it that we have to do so we don't export too much of our cocoa, but rather produce more chocolate in this country and then we export? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regards to the first question, my minister is so passionate about this, and when given the nod by this honorable committee, I guess I will support him for him to push that agenda. That's why we are implementing what we call the industrialization agenda, and it is focused or anchored on 1D, 1F. That's the major strategic plan for the industrialization process. And my minister is doing everything possible to revive these companies that hitherto were doing so well, like Voterstar, those companies used to Palugu, Tomasto Factory, and stuff like that. So he's on course, and I guess we'll be able to finish to get good investors to help push this agenda. Two, on the issue of chocolate, Ghana chocolate, we all know, is doing so well. Thank you very much.
Okay. Are you done? Go on.
Mr. Chairman, still on that leg, I've just had a conversation with somebody on my way here, and I'm told that, well, for the cameras, I may not mention the country, but some investors have come into the country and they are seriously farming around the Volta region, which of cassava, and they are exporting all the products to the extent that today they are rather producing gari in their country and exporting. What is it that we can do in this country, as it were, to try and rather take advantage of some of these opportunities that we have? Again, in Tema, we used to call some people seaman. Today, they are not there anymore. The youth are around in Tema and elsewhere. What is it that we can do to try and get some ships and things and then push these boys on so they can get something to do?
The policy of 1D, 1F is working so well. As I'm talking to you now, 232 companies at various stages of completion. The good news is that this year, government is going to, through facilitation, facilitation to push the private sector to set up businesses. We're going to work with almost about 76 companies. And I guess we'll encourage these investors, at least one of them, to focus on in the area you're talking about cassava. You know, apart from cassava, can also be used to undertake different things like industrial starch, and so one district, one factory is very important for us to set up one there to take advantage of of that product. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Oh, I thought you said you didn't have a question. Yes, you may take it. Thank you very much. And congratulations on your nomination. I think one of the objectives of free zones is to attract direct foreign investment, but into the manufacturing sector. So it was a model to promote industrialization. You've been there for close to 4 years. You have the enclave model where you develop the infrastructure and then you encourage industries to take space there and then pay a fee to the developer. Did you initiate or make any effort to develop infrastructure for an enclave in the northern part of the country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, we don't have an enclave in the northern part of Ghana. We don't have one there. And then we also don't have immediate, we're just trying to get one, but as of now, we don't have one there. Thank you very much.
The question, if you listen carefully, was did you initiate any effort to get an enclave in the north?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We did.
And what happened?
We did, but I think it got to a time the board wanted us to focus our attention on another one that was to do very well. I'm talking about the Second D Industrial Park. And so we decided to hold on the Northern project and so to focus on the Second D one, then later on we'll go back to the North. Thank you.
Different models to promote industrialization. 1D, 1F is one of the models. What do you think is the greatest challenge to our competitiveness? Because if your country is a competitive production center, people will rush and come and site their factories and manufacturing plants, and that will create the jobs that we need. What is the greatest challenge to our competitiveness? And do you think that we have effectively addressed that to be industrializing at the pace we want?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think that's why in the industrialization agenda, we have what we call the one region, one industrial park. The essence of that was to attract investment into these industrial parks scattered across the country so that other places apart from the urban areas or the national capital can benefit from such actions, because most investors that come to the country will prefer to locate their business in like an enclave, a place that they can get easy access to electricity, security, and other things easily. And that is why I believe that we have a plan to develop what we call the one region, one industrial park. Our major challenge has been funds. Then, when I was with Ghana Free Zones, pushing that agenda, trying to put, but the good news is that the minister, through this policy, has started something, and we have plans to start the Greater Kumasi Industrial Park in the Ashanti region and other parts of the country. One in Bursa North. I'm talking about the one, the tomato processing park, so agro-processing park in Bursa North, to also take care of agro-processing products that can easily be processed for export. So I believe that this policy is a policy that will come to help the industrialization process of Ghana. Thank you.
I don't think you got my question. My question relates to a broader issue of competitiveness. Is it energy cost
Is it energy cost? Is it skills? That is quality or human resource quality. Is it taxation? Is it bureaucracy? Is that okay? Getting license, getting registered, getting permits, and etc. What really is the bottleneck? I'm saying this, for instance, I also was at trade briefly as a deputy minister, many years ago, and I tried to promote the garments industry. It turned out that the major problem with the garments industry was skills, just the skills. We set up garment plants, the structures were there at the free zones, but people would prefer to go to Mauritius to set up their garment plants instead of setting it up in Accra, which is halfway to America. So if they set up in Ghana, they will reduce the cost of shipment to America by half. But they would rather set it up in Mauritius and travel with the garments all the way to America. And I was trying very hard to understand what the problem was. It turned out it was just the skills, getting women, young ladies who have the skills to do the work up to the standards of all these big supermarkets and fashion houses in America. So broadly, having sat there for 4 years, what do you think is the challenge to competitiveness? If you address the challenge of competitiveness, you don't need to announce 1D, 1F. Investors will run and come and flood our place with the factories.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I get you now. And I think the major problem to me has been the incentive package given to even investors who want to site in these areas. When you brought in Mauritius as a case study, in Mauritius, for example, the kind of incentive regime is bigger and wider, than any other place. With regards to the sub-region, for example, in Ghana, a company that sites in the free zones is exempted from the payment of taxes, corporate taxes for 10 years. And after 10 years, you pay 15%. But go to the neighboring country like Cote d'Ivoire, you are exempted from the payment of corporate taxes for 10 years. And after 10 years, you pay a tax of only 1%, which clearly presupposes that investors will prefer to locate in these areas rather than coming to Ghana. That can be one case study that we can look at. What is more, you see, sometimes competence can also emanate from our own action. For me as an investment promoter, some of the investors who come are also not too serious. That's what I've seen over the period. And they will come and they will pretend to have money to do the business, but they will not be prepared to undertake a project. So apart from the fact that other problems may be there, these are some of the problems that I have also come to notice in my operational duties. Thank you very much.
Yes, you ask your one question.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Befi, in a response to a question posed by Honorable Ayaraga, identified Bulsa North as one of the centers for the establishment of an industrial park for, is it tomato processing? Agro processing, yes. Can you share some details about the intended park with me respectfully?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the plan is, we have it on paper. As I'm talking to you now, my minister, through the officers in the ministry, are working so hard to just start the whole process. Because it's a plan that we have. It will be the center for that particular action, and that is what I know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well, leader.
Chairman, I note that the nominee is going to assist the Minister for Trade. Now, what sugar loves is land, water, and sunshine. We have all in Ghana. If you take from Nasia in the Walewale area through Nauni in Kumbungu to Daboya, we should be looking at the development of the sugar estate, in my view, in the Dipal area. Are you giving me an assurance that you would support your minister to give fruition to this? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's exactly the case.
Chairman, the nominee offered his opinion, and his opinion is not in tandem with what the minister thinks. And I recall that the Honorable Hannah Tete, which view is shared by the Honorable Alan Chirmanting, is to convert the free zones to economic zones so that you have free zones, export processing centers, and industrial parks all under one. Do you share the view?
Mr. Chairman, the truth of the matter is that, and this is what, that's my passion, this area, because you see, Ghana should by now be moving to special economic zone, and that's what my minister stands for. Almost everywhere in the world, we're doing special economic zones now. I agree with him. And Mr. Chairman, please. Yes, so I'm just trying to say to you that it is high time Parliament should also support this process. Because the ministry will bring the policy and Parliament should support us to be able to. Thanks so much.
And Chairman, to the nominee, I'm getting messages. Your employees are free zones. There are conditions of service. I recall that when we were leaving office, we had improved their conditions of service. Since you went there and since you took over from Kojo Chumbuafo, did you implement it or did you lower the expectations within the conditions of service, and why? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We improved it. As a matter of fact, free zones workers are doing so well. Thank you, sir.
They are happier today than they were. Is that the case? And then, Chairman, just to end it, when the Honorable Mahama Yarga asked him about development of free zones outside Accra, I should think that we acquired some land in the Sekendi Takoradi area, that undulating land that was finally given to one of these companies called Black something. Now, if you go to Tamale, and many people even, Chairman, permit me to say this, they've been lying that this is Haruna's land. It's not Haruna's, it's Free Zone's land. Just before Avanash, on the Nyankpala Road, was some land acquired for the purpose of the development of an industrial entity. And Chairman, I end here by just encouraging the Deputy Minister. My concept of industrial park is that even 1D, 1F, what we should be doing is that the state should acquire land, declare it industrial, extend electricity and water and IT infrastructure, then act industrialists to come and take advantage of. On that note, Chairman, I wish Befi well. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure whether I should ask you any question, but I want to make this suggestion. If you ask any trader at Koforidua, you might not get 1 out of 1,000 who understand the work of your ministry, even though they are traders. Because it appears to me that the ministry lives and works above the everyday Ghanaian trader. I don't know why it is so, but I encourage you to, being a grassroots person like me, understanding the traders in Koforidua, use the Koforidua traders, try to find out how your ministry will be useful to them. Because as of now, I don't think that if I went to Bekwai and I entered the market, they will be able to tell me what the Ministry of Trade does and how it relates to them. Even NBSSR, until the COVID period, not many people knew about them. So try and bring the ministry closer to the indigenous Ghanaian traders. On that note, you're discharged. You will hear from us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful.
Hi guys, good afternoon. My name is Babatunde Adeola Kende, and I was speaking to a very, very talented comedian, somebody I know very well. He's a very, very good friend. Somebody who has, I mean, he has been able to get a grasp of comedy in Ghana. He's a talent. His stage name is Okukubioku, but his real name is Nana Osei Bonsu. Nana, so which one should I call you? Nana Osei?
I think
which of them?
You should call me the one that is making money for me, which is Okokobioko. And I nowadays I try not to introduce myself as a comedian anymore because I think the event MCing has taken over.
Yeah, I
from
see
the whole comedy.
Okay.
Because basically in Ghana, comedy is still picking up.
Okay.
Yeah, but we are still in it. But for now, what is really pushing the name out there is event MCing.
Anyways, we'll come to that conversation.
Okay.
But let me know. I know your mom is Ghanaian, right?
No,
or your dad is
turning
Ghanaian.
it upside down.
Your dad is Ghanaian.
My dad is Ghanaian. My mom is
and
Nigerian.
your mom is Nigerian.
Yeah.
You grew up where?
Nigeria, Lagos to be precise.
Where in Lagos?
I grew up at 2 different places. So I was born in Agboju, precisely Iyasoko Street. Opposite Casco, adjacent Moredayo. I remember that place very well. Yeah, so that was where I was born. Serious Face Me, I Face You compound. You know Face Me, I Face You. I had about 30-something neighbors, and each of them get like 5 children. So like that, the compound be like community. So I had lots of friends, neighbors growing up.
So how was it like? How was it like growing up in that community? As a young person, I mean, the usual Nigerian hustle. How was it like?
It was fun. It was crazy. It was a little bit challenging at some point, cause you know, Face Me, I Face You now. You open your door, you see another person door. Sometimes if you put soup for fire before you come, person not thief your soup. Sometimes there was one issue that happened some time back in the compound. There's this guy that where they always thief person kerosene from you know, say Face Me, I Face You, then they use one kitchen with several stoves. So whenever the guy comes, you go carry kerosene from this stove, turn for your own. One day as they turn one man kerosene and the man come grab her. They can't beat away then give her. So it was crazy. Lots had the opportunity to play with several people, talk to several people. Those days we play reach like 12 midnight. And there was this thing we were doing
late for a community like that.
Not at all. It was quite cool. There was no like insecurity issues.
I mean,
it was cool. Agboju was cool.
Nigeria of those days, you know, growing up, we never really experienced
those things.
The insecurity issues we are seeing now. Now it's just a total ball.
Now it's crazy. It's crazy. So from Agboju, I moved to Ajegule at some point, because where I was staying in Agboju got bent.
You're also an AJ boy.
Yeah, AJ boy. Just say I be the calm AJ boy. So you see the combination, very wicked one. Yeah, so from Agboju we moved to AJ, and but I didn't stay in the rough Ajegule side. I was around Eziago, Alaba Suru there.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're seeing things.
So you went to school? You went to school around?
No, I didn't. I schooled at Festac Grammar School, 41 Road.
Yeah.
Then when I moved to Ajegule, I had to switch to satellite because of the distance. Yeah. So AJ was more crazy, like Awala boys, Awala girls, breaking bottles here and there, teenage pregnancy, weed smoking.
Did you smoke weed?
No, not at all. My brain, like when I'm normal, like the normal me, they mad. So if I if I can't smoke weed joint, like it'll be crazy. So weed, like anything drugs, I don't do.
So which vices did you do, or you're not involved in any
vices? I don't think I was involved in anyone.
Okay.
I was a cool guy growing up.
Okay. And family of
5.
Family of 5.
Yeah.
Okay. So after school,
I was the first. I'm the first with 4 behind me.
Okay. So while you were young in that space, growing up in 2 very, very heated environments, did you know you were going to be a comedian? Were you funny?
Okay, I think I've always been funny because I'm from a funny family. My dad is funny, my mom is funny. My mom is from Warri, so I think it runs in the blood. Because those days from small, there's this thing we call wording. I don't know if you did it, where they'll say your mama face be like Rambo bullet, you shit here, they find one who resemble you. So those days I was a king in that thing. Like, and they carry me from one street, go another one, go compete. So I was really good with words. Like, there's no way you beat me. So that was how it started. Cause growing up, I was really dark.
Like black.
I was really black. Now God don't they lighten me. You know, say if money don't they enter your pocket small. But you like I was dark and I think I was skinny. I was very skinny, so my teeth was a little bit not fitted into the body. So those days
it was like
it was bigger than the body. It did like say my teeth big past my full body.
It was disorganized.
So I was dark. Those days I had several nicknames. Some called me Blackie, Nightcrawler, Shadow Cat, all those names. So with the darkness and with the big teeth, so even my mafia they call me shovel teeth at some point.
Wow.
So because of that thing, I had to create a defense system around me. So when you tease me, I tease you back.
You took it personally?
Yeah, so there's no way anybody will want addict. So from there now I can learn how to do. So I'm very good with freestyle.
But were you hurt by it when people?
Growing up, I was, but at some point, like I just got used to it. Like I'm dark and so what. At some point, before you tease me, I tease myself. I say yes, I know say I'm black. I be like Nightcrawler. I be like Shine Fat. I be like Back of Pot. What else can you say? Then I'll face you. You get. So at some point I got used to it and it was good. At some point I started to appreciate my color.
Okay.
Yeah, I realized that black is actually original and beautiful.
Okay, so from Nigeria to Ghana, I mean now you've grown some following in GH. Are you also popular in Nigeria?
I think I am more popular in Nigeria than in Ghana.
Really?
Surprisingly, yes. Because when I check some of my videos that have gone viral, about 5 million views, 10 million views. When I go check the geography, where the people that watch more, is mostly Nigerians. Like you see 60% Nigerians, 20% Ghana, 10% South Africa, 10% USA, and all that.
Anyways, so when
and I think I don't know if you know Tunde Ednut. He's a very popular blogger. Tunde Ednut, Yaba Left, Gossip Mill. They've all been posting my content. So if the top Nigerian bloggers have been posting my content, then you should know that the name is flying there. Like I've had people saying, "Come back to Nigeria," and so that we'll appreciate you. But all they think and say, Nigeria population and talent, no be here. Like everybody for Nigeria are comedian. So the competition, I'm not scared of the competition though, but I still believe since I've started here, let me keep pushing here.
Okay.
Yeah. So for now, I'm still here. So I think I'm more popular in Nigeria.
Okay. So let's track back. When did you make the move from?
Okay, from Nigeria to Ghana. Yeah, I moved here because I wanted to school. You know the situation in Nigeria. Before you enter university, you guys write WAEC, JAM, post-UME. If you fail post-UME,
JAM.
Oh, JAM no JAM me. Actually, I know write JAM. I wrote WAEC. I write GCE. So I was preparing for JAM. I've been done by JAM form. Before I can come to Ghana for holiday.
JAM me 4 times.
Wow. And you are still alive. So when I came to Ghana, then my granddad was like, instead of going through all that stress, why not just write WAEC here? If you pass, then you go to school. I was like, really? You write only WAEC and you enter school? He said yes. I said okay. Then I decided to do it here. So I took the courses twice. I did 4 this year, 4 next year. Because in Ghana, you know, so you guys do inter-science and some other stuff. So I did it for 2 years. Then I entered school.
That's remedial?
Yeah, remedial. Yeah. And at some point, when I entered school, I was at AIT, Accra Institute of Technology. At some point, I got expelled, like sacked from the school.
What did you do?
I was.
God.
I was. I think it's the first time I'm saying this. on TV or on camera. I was very good with mathematics when I finished my remedials, like very good. In school, like everybody knew me with maths, my lecturers, my classmates. So at some point, I was even I had students, some of my mates that I was teaching, and I was collecting like money. So when exam time reached, I can't realize the students were ready to pay me any amount to write their exams for me.
For them.
For them. So I took money from about 3 different students, went with their card. At that point, I can't remember.
What year was
this would be like 6-7 years ago.
Like 2015.
Yeah, 2015, 2014. So, so I went there. I wrote like 150, 200 around that
combination.
Yes. So I went in. I actually went to my junior sister. She was in Form 3. She's also good in maths. So I took 3 from here, 3 from here. So we went inside. We sat down. We wrote the exam. Like the exam was for 2 hours. In 30 minutes, we were done. The both of us. We came out successfully. Like I was really good. We came out successfully. Then the next day, they caught some other guy, and they told him that okay, they heard that some other people do this. But if he can mention names, they will reduce his punishment. Then he mentioned my name. So that was how we went for some panel. I got expelled, and it was, I think the like, what's the word for it? The worst moment of my life. Like my dad was angry.
What year were you in? What level?
I was going to my 2nd year. So I wasted 1 year plus. So I quickly bounced back. Got a form from Ghana Telecom University. My mom was very encouraging. My dad was like that with me.
Like Charlie,
insults upon insult every morning, slaps, this. But my mom was like, it has happened. You fucked up, I know, but we can't keep talking about it. Let's move on. So I bought the form, went back to Nigeria, helped my mom with her business. Then she paid my school fees when I gained admission to Ghana Telecom. So I started again. At this point, I was very quiet. When I reached here,
you have to be.
I was cool. Like I didn't really like the way I was at AIT with the whole academic thing. I dropped everything, but I made sure I did not fail any course at all.
Okay.
But I was calm.
All right. So I mean, you said you were good in mathematics.
Yeah.
So,
I actually thought I was going to be a mathematician or an economist or something. But at some point, I think this thing changed. The plan changed.
The plan changed.
Yeah. The thing is, growing up, I didn't know I would be a comedian. I was funny. I watched the likes of Basketmouth and all those people. But I started off as a dancer, funny enough.
You dance? Do you have videos?
Of dancing? No. This is like
anywhere.
20 years ago.
It's a long time.
We
didn't have phones. We didn't have smartphones.
I started like as a dancer. I was really there. Those days we break dance, all those things. Like I was very good. I represented my school, like government school, Festa Grammar School, for competition. I think we carried 3rd or something. Like went for some competition at Satellite Town, and I saw some of my street people even attended. So that was the day they knew I could dance. So I started off as a dancer. I thought I was going to be some global or like world dancer. But at some point I realized that we have so many dancers in the world. And most times what is beautiful about dancing is when you see a group of people dancing. It is more beautiful to see a group of people dancing than just one person.
There's some synchrony.
Everybody, that feel you get. So at some point I just decided to leave the dancing and I focused on academics.
Why didn't you form a group? I mean,
because I like to be alone. I didn't like the group thing. I want to shine alone. I don't want anybody. In as much as I want to bring other people up, I wouldn't want to do the group thing. It's not my thing. It's not my thing.
Okay, so you finished Ghana Telecoms.
Yes. So for Ghana Telecom,
but what did you finish with 1st class? I mean, you say you're smart.
Yeah, I finished with 2nd class upper. When I got to Ghana Telecom, I wasn't really into the academics anymore. In as much I entered with the idea of 1st class, 1st semester, 2nd semester, 2nd year, the vim started going down. Then 2nd year, 2nd semester, that was when I decided to be a comedian. 2nd year, 2nd semester. So at that point, I started skipping schools to MC weddings, Sometimes I skip lectures to MC, all those stuff. So I think at some point that affected my grade. That's why I didn't graduate with first class. But I'm not, what's the word? Yeah, I have no regrets about that. Because at the end of the day, I'm not even using the certificate. I did information technology.
Okay.
Yeah, so my set is at home. So when I was in my 3rd year, then I decided to go into comedy. So my first performance, I have a picture of that. It was Ghana Telecom. They were doing this thing called Aquaba Nights. It's the biggest event on Ghana Telecom. So I spoke to the SRC president that I'd wanted to perform, that I'm a comedian. So then I knew I could make people laugh, like individuals laugh. My friends knew I was funny, but I had not tried it on a stage.
Commercially, basically.
Yeah, so I thought it was the same thing. So I told the guy that, oh, I'd like to perform. He said, okay. So that day he put me on. So we came for some rehearsal. I came, I said 1 or 2 jokes. He laughed and was like, okay, you're ready. So the next day, they were, and another wrong thing too is, it wasn't a comedy show. It was a musical concert. That day Stonebwoy was there, Yapono was there. It was huge, like so many people, thousands of people.
I know Ghana Telecom.
Yes.
I've actually attended some of these
Yeah,
events.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah. So they were playing music and nobody was seated. They were all standing. So the DJ was giving some back-to-back hits. Then they stopped the song and said, let's make welcome a comedian. Then I wasn't even answering Okokobioko.
Oh, yes.
MC Boniface. That was what I started with.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what killed. It is what happened that killed that name. So when they invited me, I came. People were like, oh, like people were angry already. They were not interested in comedy. So when I came, like I saw the crowd, my brain just off. Like all the jokes I had rehearsed, vanished. So I was like, hello. Like people were making noise here and there. I was like, at some point.
Then you sounded Nigerian as well.
Yeah, I sounded Nigerian. At some point, I wanted to.
That could probably be a major turn-off.
I don't think so. I think it was my lack of experience.
Okay.
It was because I have sounded Nigerian. I have gone back to Ghana Telecom 3 times and I killed it.
Okay.
So it was lack of experience. So when I came out, I started the joke. I was like, you get one man. There's this association of Nigerian students gathered at one place. When I say the joke, they reply me. I say, get one man. They say, which man? Where the man they go? At some point, I was just confused. I was like, make I go? Should I go? They said, yes, go. I was like, okay. I dropped the mic and I left.
Really?
It was that bad. And I went to sit somewhere behind the school. And I was thinking about my life. I said, am I really sure this comedy is for me on a missed call? When I was there, the one guy came to meet me. Was like, guy, you did well. You did. I was looking at him. Guy, I know I did not do well. Don't come and be giving me what's allowed. So when that thing happened, I decided to leave the comedy. Then we vacated. Like the next morning, I came for lectures. There was this girl. Her name is AC. She was our class captain there. She saw me and she started telling her friend that this boy, he said he's a comedian. He came to crack joke. Nobody laughed. She started laughing like, quack, quack. Oh, I was like, God. This girl was laughing at. She was mocking me. So when we vacated, I went back to Nigeria and I was like, I really want to understand this comedy. So that was when I knew that making one person laugh and being a comedian is 2 different things. So I decided to gain knowledge about comedy. And I started reading books. You know there are books on comedy?
I don't know.
Comedy Writing Secrets, how to write jokes, Comedy Bible, understanding how comedy works.
Are you kidding me?
I'm telling you, you need to know how to enter, what to start with. The kind of audience, it's not everywhere you perform comedy.
It's like a blueprint.
Yes, you need to. So that was when I started understanding what comedy is really about. And I was watching Basketball, Bovi, Akparo, back to back. I watched the videos over and over and over again. Then I was like, okay, I think I'm beginning to understand this thing. Then I started writing my own jokes myself. Then I was like, okay, I think I need a new name. I can't go back with this name. This name has, like, it has died.
Sorry to cut you. Before you come to, you needed a new name. So you had performed Ghana Telecoms. It didn't work. It didn't work for you.
Yes.
Was the MCing working as well?
Then I had not started MCing at all. It was just the comedy.
Okay.
It was just the comedy.
So You started reading, you started doing
So
your
I got
research,
back home,
learning.
I did my research, I learned about comedy, I read books, I watched videos back to back. Then I said, okay, I'm rebranding. I need a new name. I need a name that when I mention the name alone from the beginning, people will be like, hey, like it would catch the attention of people. That was when like I started thinking, and the name Okokobioko hit me.
Really?
Yes. The name just entered, Okokobioko. I was like,
what does
yes.
it mean?
It means amazing, exciting.
What language is that?
It's more like it's
or is that your own meaning?
It's an exclamation. It's a Nigerian term. Like when you see something that amazes you, like Okokobioko, you get. So it's more like an exclamation. So that was when I picked it. I was like, okay, this will do. So I came back to Ghana.
Were you not scared that it possibly would not have worked in Ghana, because Nigerians understand?
I knew.
But
I knew.
When you say Ghanaian, you're like,
I knew at that point that Ghanaians loved Nigerian comedians even more than the Ghanaian comedians as at that time, because the Shatter House and the Night of a Thousand Laughs, they were bringing Basketball, Bobby, and all the here. You get, and I knew I could make individuals laugh. So the problem was not in the language. The problem was in the craft. I needed to understand the craft better. So when I came back, I was like, okay, now I understand the craft, but I have to start with a lesser crowd, because there's something we call stage fright. If you're a performer, you don't just go start with performing for 1,000 people. You have to start small. Gradually, you are building your stage confidence, gradually. So that was why I decided to start with church. So my first performance at church was a Lighthouse Chapel. It was at SCC, Kaswa area. So they had some youth service. I performed. It went well. I was like, okay, then I can do the stand-up comedy. Then I attended a different church. I think Holy Hill Chapel.
Were you paid for?
No, I wasn't paid. It was free. Church don't pay you. God bless you. Go and multiply. That is what they'll tell you. Yeah. So at that point too, I wasn't really concerned about the payment. I just wanted to improve the craft. So then I started church, and I noticed I could act too. So I was like, okay, I joined the drama department, and when I actually joined, it was funny. They told me that I would stay for 1 month probation before I can act to them. I said, okay. So I came for their first rehearsal. I saw what they were doing. I couldn't add any input because I was on probation, so I was quiet. Then the Sunday they were supposed to act, but one of the actors didn't come. So the leader called me that, where are you? Come quick, like there's somebody that is missing, come and replace him. So that day I acted as an angel. That's the first time.
That was in Holy Hill.
Holy Hill.
Assemblies of God.
Oh God. When I finished acting, that was where I stamped my name. Like the first day I acted, everywhere scatter. So from there, they started calling me like to act. I was like, I thought you people said I'm on probation. They said no, like the pastor wants you to be acting more. So I started with stage play. I was acting. So at some point, I was confident whenever I stand in front of people. You get. So then we're having some church program. I think One Night to Love or something. So I told the youth pastor that aside acting of plays, I can do stand-up comedy. I was like, are you sure? I said, yes, I can do stand-up comedy. He said, okay, come earlier so that you perform in front of me so that I can see before you climb to the stage. So I was like, okay. That day I wasn't able to go early. I don't know what happened, but I wasn't able to go early. So I went the usual time that the event was supposed to start. So in my head, I was like, okay, because I didn't go early, I would not perform. They won't call me. So I was there, then they came to call me that you are going next. Just like that. I was like, okay.
So you didn't have anything scripted?
No, I have been planning already. Yeah. I have been looking for a stage to perform. Before I would call the man of God and say, I know how to. Like, I can do stand-up. Yeah. I had planned already. But for that day, I just said, okay, because I didn't go for the rehearsal, they might not call me. But I was ready though. So I went, climbed on the stage. When I was performing, the pastor sat on the floor because he was laughing. When he sat on the floor, I looked at myself and I was like, Okokobioko, you have arrived. That was when I told myself that, yes, I have started.
You made it in life.
So from there, I started performing back to back, like that. Performed National Theatre, Conference Center. Then at some point.
So while while you were performing, you were not getting money from the church?
No, I wasn't getting money from the church.
But performances outside the church, you were being sorted?
Outside the church, at that point, I wouldn't say I was being sorted. Because at that point, I was still pushing the name, like making the name come out. Most times when they don't know you, they make you, they will make you start the program.
Let you pass through.
But they won't put you on the bill. I remember there was this event hosted by a lady. She's called Eureka. I saw her poster and I called her. I was like, oh, I'd like to perform. I was like, okay, come early. If you come early, we'll put you on. So that was how I was doing it. So I went early, I performed, killed the place. I would even thank them for putting me on, as at that time. Because nobody knows you. I think 2013.
That was a long time.
Yeah, that was a long time. So at some point, I also discovered that I could MC.
Before we go to the MCing, so at what point did you start making money from acting?
From acting or from stand-up comedy?
Sorry, from stand-up comedy. Yes, stand-up comedy.
Stand-up comedy.
I know acting wasn't.
No.
Acting is not professional.
No.
But stand-up comedy is
stand-up
professional.
comedy is
so
professional.
from at what point did you start making money from stand-up comedy?
Stand-up comedy, I can't remember the year though. But if I'm saying, I won't say I've made so much money from stand-up comedy in Ghana. What I've made money from is MCing more.
Okay, so let's go to
because what I do is I infuse the stand-up in the MCing. So when I go, and because I know that most of the MCs in Ghana are just MCs, but me, I have an advantage because I can make you laugh too, aside entertaining you. You get. So what I do is when I go MC an event, I take like 10 to 15 minutes and I crack a joke.
How much do you charge for MCing an event?
MC
now, what's your rate card like?
Okay, I have 3 packages. I have the
guy, you never money.
Oh, I have the silver, the gold, and the platinum.
And how much is the platinum?
The platinum is going for 10,000. The silver is 4,000. Then the gold is I think 6,000.
So if I'm bringing you on platinum, what exactly will I enjoy? Apart from
platinum, you're getting an event MC. You're getting unlimited stand-up comedy performance. You're getting 3 wedding games. My wedding games are crazy. Like
I've seen the videos.
They always trend.
Yeah, I've seen the videos.
3 wedding games. I post your videos on all my social media platforms. I have the numbers. Like I'm the most followed event MC in Ghana currently. On Facebook, 200,000 followers. TikTok, I'm hitting 100,000 followers. Instagram, hitting 50,000 followers. YouTube, 16,000 subscribers. So if I post you, you would friend. So I've changed my name to the Viral MC.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so I post you on all my social media platforms and I make a blogger post your video.
Okay.
So that you must friend. Like there's no 2 ways about it.
Okay.
So that's the platinum. And lastly, you go on a trip.
Wow, it's also
one day. It's also part of the platinum. Either you go to Bonsu Eco Park, and there's a waterfall. I've forgotten the name. So the activities, hiking, what do they call, canopy walk.
All paid by you.
All paid by me. That is if you take the platinum.
Is in the platinum.
Is in the platinum.
Wow.
So I'm giving you value for your money.
It's pure value.
Yeah.
So what about gold? Gold is 6K.
Gold is 6K.
So what about gold?
Gold, you get me to MC. You get 15 minutes stand-up comedy performance. You get, okay, there's something about the platinum too. If you make yourself available, I would have a dance lesson with your bridal team and the couple before the wedding.
Wow.
So I can teach you some dance steps to make your entrance, because the entrance is very important.
Yeah,
so make it dope. So that's also part of the platinum. For the silver, is it the gold? For the gold, you have the MCing, stand-up comedy 15 minutes. You have the what do you have?
Don't worry.
Posting and all that.
Let's go to silver. Silver is 4K.
Silver is the first.
Okay.
The lowest. Silver is 4K.
Lowest.
So for silver, you get MCing, stand-up for 10 minutes. I'll post you on all my social media platforms, and you get 2 wedding games.
Do you do discounts?
Yeah, I do discounts, of course.
And that's based on what?
based on the venue, because when you call, first of all, I need to know where you're doing the event. If an event is happening at Kempinski Hotel and an event is happening at let's say Alisa Hotel, you know, say two of them will be age mates, you get, so would know how to go about the discount. And it also depends on the number of people attending. If it's just 100 people or 300 people, the price will change. So it depends on how I communicate with the client. And sometimes you hear a lady's voice. Her voice is quite like very beautiful, very sweet and soothing, and she knows how to communicate properly. Because of that, you can give her 10-20% discount.
Because she sounds good.
Oh, sometimes.
So when the husband calls?
When the husband calls, we increase it. So they have to make the ladies call. Yeah.
Okay, then I think I need to make my own spouse
ladies,
call.
you know, ladies know how to go about things. And it's better for a lady to relate to a man than a man to
relate to a man. So you've been in Ghana. I think you've been dominant with regard to comedy in GH. Believe you me, and not because I know you, but I've seen what you've done.
Another thing we forgot to talk about, what really is pushing my name out for the comedy is my comedy skits.
No,
we'll get it. We've not gotten there. We are still on stand-up comedy. Oh God, I'm blessed. Jesus.
So I mean, not because I know you personally. I could say I knew when you basically started comedy, and I've seen how fast you've grown. What do you think could be the difference between comedy in Nigeria, comedy in Ghana, and what exactly Ghanaian comedians are not incorporating in their crafts that would actually make them blow up?
Okay, so
I know you have a lot of friends in comedy in Ghana, but
anything I feel like saying, I'll say.
Yeah, please do.
So comedy in Ghana, for the talents, we have talented comedians in Ghana. So from the beginning, from the onset, like so many years ago, Ghanaian comedians lacked branding. They had very poor branding. Their social media numbers were very low. They were not even posting content on YouTube because they thought they were saving their jokes. They feel when they post it on YouTube, somebody will pick it up. But Charlie, you have to be creative. If someone, like, I don't allow my jokes to last for so long before I create new ones. You get? So first of all, now I think they've worked, some of them have worked on that, like the likes of Obi and Ponsa, Lexi. They are doing quite well with branding for now.
How long does it take you to create a joke?
Sometimes.
And how long does it take you to dispose of a joke?
Sometimes 10 minutes, sometimes 2 days, sometimes 1 week. It depends on how you get the joke. We can be having a conversation, I say something, it makes you laugh, I write it down, I go home and I work on it, and it becomes a joke.
So have you made a joke of our conversation?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, but there are most times like I pick jokes from conversation basically. Sometimes from situations, sometimes from your environment, you get. So it depends. It depends on how the joke comes.
Yeah. So you trend on social media seriously, and I remember 2 days ago I sent you
even today. I'm trending. Tunde had not just posted another video today.
Are you billing him?
I'm not billing him. I'm just blessed. He has posted like 5 of my videos.
Okay, so how has skits helped you? 2 days ago I saw a skit on Twitter. I was like, it's not Okoko. I was like, hey, this guy. Then I sent it to you, remember?
Yeah,
and
you did.
How exactly have they added to
skits was what I needed to push my name out there, because I was doing well with my comedy, stand-up comedy, but because I am assumed to be a Nigerian, Ghanaians would rather push their own than another, like, because of course we have so many Nigerians doing well. So why do they have to push another Nigerian that sounds Nigerian? So I was doing so well with the stand-up comedy, but my name wasn't really known. But when COVID came, no events, no comedy shows, nothing. Because before COVID, I was hosting a show at Osu, Lyrics and Laugh, every Friday. I was the host. It was going so well. Like, I was having all the Ghanaian comedians come perform almost every Friday. So when COVID came, it stopped everything. So I was like, now that there's no show, would I just sit down at home? So I decided, okay, let me start shooting skits. Because I have always known that I can shoot skits. Because I've been writing scripts for a long time. But for church purposes, like gospel content. So I was like, okay, let me try it. Then I did my first skit with Waris and Etta and one girl, Violet. That skit blew my mind. I think in 1 month, it had about 5 million views. What happened is when I released, not on YouTube, on Facebook. On Facebook, okay. When I released the skit, cause then I didn't have like so much numbers. So a certain guy posted it in Semwalkom, that's his name, he's a blogger. So he posted it, and in about 2 months, this guy had about 8 million views, and he called me and he was thanking me that I don't know what I've done to his page, that he has gotten over 200,000 new followers because of my video. And I was like, wow, so if this guy can get over 200,000 followers, why don't I post the video on my own page? And I posted it. I was thinking if I posted,
it won't fly.
It won't fly. It started flying. Now I have about 9 million views for that video on my page. And I had now, like, it gave me lots of followers. Because after that, I did another skit, marriage proposal. I did it with Kobiche, the Ghanaian blogger.
Yeah,
the one the car, that was mad. Okay, before that, I did one that trended on TikTok. I think Jackie Appiah used the voice, where I said something about a friend in school, TK, like those days during examination, when somebody wants to copy you, be covering your book. Now, can you cover your poverty? Because I saw him that he is now poor. Like, it was everywhere on TikTok. Nigeria, South Africa, everywhere. The voice was just flying like that. So I was like, wow. The third one to marriage proposal with Kobiche. When I finished shooting that skit, Kobiche called me, was like, he is ready to avail himself to shoot more skits. I was like, oh, Charlie, I beg, calm down, give me I beg. Because it's not about shooting the skits, it's about having the money to push it. Because I was paying for virtually everything. Shooting, editing, logistics, feeding, T&T for the people that will come and act. At the end of the day, we would all shine and glow. You get. So from there, it's been one friend after the other.
Are you making money off it?
Yeah, I'm making money.
How are you making money?
From YouTube, basically. But for now, I want to, my Facebook account, I'm trying to monetize my Facebook. Because I heard Facebook pays more than YouTube now. Yeah, so I'm working on monetizing my Facebook.
So how much do you earn per skit that trends?
Basically, I won't say I've made so much money from skits.
Like $100?
Nah.
It's not more
That's
than
big. I'm not making so. What I made money from was stand-up comedy. My stand-up comedy made money. I know this man. My stand-up money made money. What am I saying? My stand-up comedy.
You don't confuse. Relax.
My stand-up comedy made me more money than my comedy skit. I think I cashed out about 10,000 Ghana cedis.
What was that?
From YouTube. Like last year.
Okay.
Last year. That was what I used to get my iPhone 11 Pro Max. Yeah. So
most using it to disturb us.
Oh, I think I needed it because of my MCing. One thing I noticed is when I started MCing, I'll go MC a show, MC it so well. Then I'll be waiting for the camera guys that they pay to send me the video. At the end of the day, they won't send it. So other MCs,
those guys can flop you, man.
So other MCs had a phone and someone that was videoing. So they'll be posting. So
what are they doing?
People were seeing. So it's not about I am good. It's about what you're showing the people. So I had to get the phone.
So I mean, sorry to cut you. We run out of time.
Okay.
But we'll bring you on again.
Okay.
Briefly, I think I even forgot what I was going to ask. Okay, you've spoken about how much exactly you've made. Do you keep touch with what exactly is happening in Nigeria politically?
Oh, yeah, of course.
What do you think about the NSAS movement? What do you think about the current political dispensation? What Buhari is doing?
I think Buhari, first of all, was a mistake. It's the biggest mistake that Nigeria has ever made. Voting him, I think they voted Buhari in. It's the biggest mistake Nigeria has ever made because since he entered, one issue, it's as if I heard something about cattle,
the
Fulani herdsmen.
Ranching.
I heard when a human being dies, during the NSAS movement, why did he come out to talk? Or if a cattle should die, he will come and speak.
Well, I'm not sure of that.
You are not sure of that? I am sure.
How are you sure?
Oh. So, like, Buhari has messed up the country.
Yeah.
That is what I think. But Nigerians are strong people. Nigerians are talented. Nigerians are, like, no matter the situation, they will come out successfully. Or successful, rather.
Yeah.
So, I just feel it's a phase. But as youth, we have to be part of the decision making when it comes to politics. But it will be very difficult because the older ones have the money, they have the power, and we have more poor people, more poor populace. So if they can go and share one bag of salt for about 5 million poor people and tell them to vote, they will vote. So it's not just about saying we need somebody that is youthful to be president. He won't win. There's no way he would win. Because at the end of the day, how many of the youths have a voter's ID card? How many of them vote? Did you watch? I watched some election video that happened in the north. In the north, they don't even know. They'll just be telling them, put your hand, put your hand. You see,
illiteracy is
small child will be voting there. So it is crazy. The major problem is the illiteracy rate is high, poverty is high. So people don't care who is ruling them. If you can give them matches and say vote for me, they'll vote for you.
Will you support Nigeria's breakup, secession? There's IPOB, there's Yoruba Nation.
Because of the love I have for Nigeria, I wouldn't want it to break up because Nigeria is beautiful. I like the diversity of Nigeria, the different cultures, different traditions. But there are so many issues in Nigeria. And some people are not treated well. For example, the Igbos, the Biafras. We've not had an Igbo president before. Do you know that? And that is not fair because they see them to be minorities.
Really?
Yes, they see Igbos to be minorities. It has been revolving between Yoruba and Hausa, the presidency, from back then till now.
Well,
and another thing
I don't think that's entirely true. I think that the Igbos have not really stuck their neck out for what they want.
Okay, let's leave that. Another thing too is, do you know that oil wells that are in, let's say, I don't know if it's Delta or those weather, is owned by Northerners. Somebody in the north owns oil well within your backyard. Is that fair? It does so. They are so, and sometimes too, some of the places where they take the oil from, they don't even develop those places. So how do you expect those people to feel? That is why some of them want to break out and say, okay, let me keep my oil. You take your Google, take your Epa, take your Kuli Kuli and develop with it. You get me? So that's where the division is coming from. So looking at, and you hear Fulani herdsmen killing this, you hear Boko Haram doing this, all this thing is making the country move backwards. So if maybe one president cannot handle the nation well, if it's true, because our leaders are not even, they are not even doing well. I think the country is too big for them.
Okay, so
so they should divide it.
If I leave you,
as for me, I can talk. I talk for a living.
So would you mind cracking maybe some 2 jokes for?
I would try not to crack so many jokes because I have lots of my content online. But I'll tell you something that happened.
Okay.
It's not necessarily a joke though. A friend of mine.
But it has to be funny. I want to laugh.
Let's see. If it's not funny too, we'll take it like that. When you go to my page and you watch, you will laugh. So a friend of mine told me yesterday, he was like, do you play soccer bets?
No, I don't.
The way you said no, your head say yes, your mouth say no. Only you and God know that answer. Okay, I got you on that one though. He said no, I don't. Oh man, don't be smart. So this is the joke, ladies and gentlemen. I have cracked the joke. Did you laugh? You laughed, so we are done.
Guys, I mean, every moment with Okoko is always funny. This brings the conversation to an end. My name is Babatunde Adeola Kende. Okoko, thanks for coming.
Thank you too.
I'm sure
for having me.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll speak more. We have projects coming on.
Okay.
I mean, My Nigeria TV. So, guys, this is the show. Keep watching My Nigeria TV. Bye.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.